morning to good morning to all. Have a great day. Meantime, I want you to quickly revise what is Angular. The files we came across with Angular, I have shared a reference link for yourself reading. The most essential component of Angular. Quickly revise the topics which we discussed. We will be starting in another few minutes. We will be getting into deep. So ensure that you're thorough with fundamentals. Even though you can create one new project in Angular. Where is Vishal? Done, Vishal. You can join room.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, guys, one more time, good morning. See, in the yesterday's session, what we have learned with Angular CLI, how you are going to create an Angular project, and from the scratch, how you are going to create an Angular project. So can anybody tell me what is scratch, from the scratch creating an Angular project, and what is the opinionated way or Angular CLI way of creating project? What is the difference these two? Or what is what?
In Angular Scratch, we customly created the index file, CSS files, but in CLI is automatically created.
Yeah, so CLI, Angular CLI is a tool through which there is a command called ng command, which you will get it when you are going to install the Angular CLI. And from the ng command, you are going to hit the command, and automatically all the folder structure for your project will be created. So you no need to create manually files for your project, because Angular demands or Angular required application requires so many configuration files. It requires to create a source file. In the source file, it is required to create a component. It requires to create a directive. It requires to create a services. It requires to create a modules, main.ts file, index.html file. Okay, so the various files is required to be created for a single or simple Angular app. So in a opinionated way or in a Angular CLI way, if I create project, then automatically what is necessary or what is required will be created in a particular project folder. We don't need to worry about manual creation of the files or folder. But in a scratch way, we'll be doing it everything from the scratch. So manually we'll be creating the file, manually we'll be creating the folder, manually we are going to write the code in the configuration file and all. Okay,
Sir.
so definitely Angular CLI way or opinionated way of creating project is easy to implement, and this is the way all the developers are work on Angular project. But why we have learned scratch? Because scratch we have learned why the scratch is a part of the syllabus. Because if we one time or two time, if you create a project through scratch, we'll get to know the how internal files, what are the internal files are there for Angular, and what is the content of the file. So you will have a better understanding how Angular actually works by referring different files. So to have that knowledge, without Angular CLI from scratch, we have created a project. But actually, in real time, we're not going to create a project through scratch way. So that is only for our understanding, for our better understanding of a Angular folder structure and file content. We have gone that way. So today's session, what is our agenda? Today's session we'll be creating a project from Angular CLI, or we will be creating a project from opinionated way. That means from the ng command, we are going to create the Angular project. And once the Angular project got created, we are going to see what are the folders and what are the files got created and what are their purposes. Okay, so this thing in another half an hour to 40 minutes, we'll try to explore.
Sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I'm facing a problem with CLI project creation. It says running script is disabled on my system.
Running script is disabled on your system.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll check it out after taking the
concept. The thing is, you are not even launched Angular project through CLI. What kind of error you are getting? But this is really alarming. See, everybody. Okay. So today I'm giving the second priority to Scratch. At least all of you should create a project through CLI command. If it is not, then it is really alarming. How you will proceed today, tomorrow? Yes, Sudeep.
Ma'am, can I share the screen?
Yeah. And others also. Like Sudeep, one or two, might not know all. If you have not at all launched Angular project,
No, you go it with command line, Sudeep.
uh,
I think your terminal is not working. From
you
the
open
command line,
open desktop Angular CLI, CMD. See, if your terminal is not working, you try through regular command prompt. We cannot. All those related to configuration issue. So go for CMD. Both are same only. So step 1, this should be only once. npm install, even -g -l are deprecated as of now. You go for npm install at Angular CLI. This is only once. Even today you can create a new project. So ng new space your project name. Even the latest version of CLI build is also inbuilt. Automatically it will build. You can directly open, serve open. All right, try the second command. You can give any other name. According to me, I gave demo-app1, a project name. Yes. Use arrow function. They said clearly use arrow function. Read the instruction. Everyone should have one Angular project, either through Scratch or CLI. I know CLI is easiest way. Without Angular project, we can't proceed further.
So, ma'am, I won't be able to work on my terminal window anymore. Like
Huh?
on my terminal
No, fine,
window,
work, no problem.
because this is a major issue here. with the
After some
terminal.
days, after 2-3 days, you check, you search this error in Google and see any other solution is there to resolve this error.
I'll check today itself because it's important.
Because as of now, we cannot run behind those errors. It may be related to some configuration file, configuration settings. So as of now, our task is to understand the concepts of Angular and learning Angular. You will get it, Sudeep. So after this, build once and every time. This is the way you have to create a new project.
No problem. Since
And
it is
then only
working,
once you need to serve open every time. Whenever if you are making changes, automatically it gets reflected.
okay.
Other than Sudeep, anyone still, let me check the Excel.
Yes, ma'am. I am getting some error.
Share. At least one application you should launch and you should open. You should serve open and you have to check the output. You cannot open in browser directly.
I'm creating.
This is a regular mistake people used to do. Scroll up. What is your project? Is this demo to Angular? Or scroll up? I can see demo to Angular and I can see demo app1. So this ng build command and ng serve command, you should give inside your project. So give cd space demo app, cd space demo -app1. So the serve command and build command, you should give those two commands inside project. Priya, you got it? This is a common mistake used to give. Give enter. Your prompt should be prompting your project. Can you see the difference? You give now ng build. You try the same in your regular command prompt. But I'm taking a snap. After some time, let me look into these errors. You open the command prompt, locating to the same folder, and try ng build and ng serve open. Do it in front of me.
And can be done with the code npx.
Which one?
npx, ma'am. npx space ng space build.
See, if you noticed, every time I used to try all the commands using npx only, because direct thing is not recognizing. Maybe I am the third user. I'm not an admin user. I don't know. You open demo-app1. Make it fast, Priya. Keep your cursor on URL and type cmd. ng serve _open. ng serve _open. So your prompt should be prompting your project. Have you installed?
Yes.
Okay, you give npm install. See, if you are getting any package is missing, please go for npm install command. I think it is asking for build only. First time we need to build.
Ma'am,
Yes, Roshan.
ma'am, it says port 4200 is already in use. Would you like
You give _port. You give ng serve _open space _port. You give different port.
space _ what?
Space _port. Same command.
Okay.
ng serve open _port followed with you give meaningful port number 4205 4501.
Okay.
Then your application will be launched in that port number. So meanwhile, even if you can, you create one application and launch it. So give a meaningful name. All of you, you create one new application and launch your application. On top of the application, we can try those functionalities of today.
Ma'am, using a Scratch or CLI?
No, don't go for Scratch at all. Go for CLI. Scratch is just for practice or only once. Every time go for CLI only. Only once the installation is enough, you can proceed directly with new command.
Ma'am, when it was asking for, would you like to use another port? I said yes, and then it started differently.
Share the snap on Slack. You give ng build, Priya.
Ma'am, it's working, and the thing is, it's working now.
Ah. Today you no need to install. Once it is done yesterday, you can directly go for ng new space application name. What is the problem? Wait. More to it's taking longer time. Let's wait. What is your RAM size, Priya? How many GB RAM?
4.
Guys, are you facing time gap 10 minutes for one project?
Yes, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
I make took 5 minutes for me.
It's hardly taking.
CD space demo 2, right? So today morning I created demo 2, ng new demo 2. Don't forget to use cd command and change your path for build and serve. Let's see. I'm telling this for everyone. Every time you no need to build serve open. Only once you do it. So today morning, all of you are sitting. Ideally, you can create one new project and you can build and serve open. That's all. After that, you don't close the screen also. Don't close your black screen. Don't close your browser. Hereafter, you should concentrate only on your TypeScript code. So this command should be only once. And you launch, minimize your black screen. So once it is launched on your browser, minimize it. So thereafter, you concentrate on your Visual Studio Code and your concept. You don't take time to build and serve your project again and again. It will take time. It kills your time lot. All of you understood.
Yes, ma'am.
Do it once. That's all. Priya, for
Yeah.
whole day, you don't need to close this black screen. And you don't need to close your browser. Don't close this browser also, or anyway it is running. Don't forget the port number. So localhost :4200. So as per you, so we have opened demo 2. You can close the remaining all, no problem. So you can open only demo 2 and work on demo 2. So as I said, so only once, and it is you will be working on source under app. So by default, only one page, index.html is your entry point, and this is a only launching page where it is calling root. So app-root. So this app-root is nothing but your app component. So nothing is magic. So we are calling with app root, open close tag. Why we are calling app root? Because we have given the respective selector name.
Controller.
Yeah. So we will have 4 different files. So one is your TypeScript file. The other one is your testing file. You remember behavioral driven testing spec file. As of now, we will not do testing. It will come after 4-5 modules later. And this is for style sheet. And this is your HTML. So if you go to your TypeScript file, you will find something called as selector. We have a property selector, and here we gave a name as app-root. Since we have provided app-root, we are referring app-root in HTML. When I give app-root, it will go to my TypeScript file and it refers this selector, and this selector belongs to HTML file. And this HTML by default, it is having that Angular home screen styling. I said delete this. You delete entire file. So you delete everything and you give inside app component. Just save. No need to build, no need to launch. Automatically, no. The output will be reflected on your browser and respective port number. So today we will be creating some components and working on TypeScript. Yes, Ayush.
Ma'am, this app.component should have extension SCSS or it can be CSS also.
No, without CSS, without spec. We want only TSS mandatory. So since we want to design a component, we are adding HTML. By default, when you generate a component, it will generate with 4 files. As of now, we will not work much on CSS and spec.
Ma'am, by mistakenly I choose CSS and your extension is SCSS. So is it
No
fine?
problem.
Okay, ma'am.
No problem. All right. So this time, because of template URL only, it is taking HTML file. This is what I want you to give a try. You can delete that existing setup of that whole home page of Angular and you can try your own message. Today we will be working more on this TypeScript file. Okay, Priya. So don't close this. Don't close anything. You work on demo 2 and you use the same launching. You don't close this PowerShell. You don't close that browser. You work on it. You concentrate on TypeScript. Don't concentrate much on launching, building. It will take a lot of time. Your time will get wasted. All right. Anyone still facing problem, have not launched one Angular project? Taking the silence as also check on. Sudeep, still against your name. No checkboxes were checked. Roshan, Shubham Alam.
Yes, ma'am.
I
It's
need
working fine
to
for
talk
me.
to 3 of you. Still Sudeep facing problem?
No, ma'am. It's fixed. It's fixed.
Roshan, Shubham Alam. I'm talking about the Excel sheet data. I told you once it is done, update on Excel. You just confirm, else we will connect separately.
Yes, ma'am.
Siddharth,
Updating it.
Roshan, what happened? It's working?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's working.
Please update it on Google Sheet.
Okay.
I called Shubham Alam and Siddharth. Both of you, have you launched?
It's working, ma'am, for me.
Soumya Ranjan,
Yes, ma'am.
have you launched one application?
Ma'am, this Angular one?
Hmm.
Yes, ma'am, already done.
Okay. Yes, Asif sir, please proceed.
Yes, Sangeeta. See, guys, I think all of you have the Angular project ready with Angular CLI. So I'll share my screen. I'll create a project in my system, and then we'll see what are the files are there in that project and what are the purpose of those files.
Sir,
Yes.
sir, if you want to change the port number, then how we can do with the Angular?
Yeah, you have to go for ng serve --open port and then the port number change 8081, something like that.
But
Okay.
when it created, it shows the port number with 4200.
4200 is the default port for the Angular. Okay. If
So
you
do I
don't,
have to change it in the
if you want
VS Code
to
also?
permanently, if you want to change it permanently, then Angular.json you have to change it.
Okay.
In a configuration file, you can change the code, change the port permanently, or temporary if you want
That's
to.
what I want to say.
Yeah. Okay, guys. So what we'll do? I'm going to have a D drive. I'll open my D drive. Yeah. Here I'll create some folder. Angular CLI. For me, Angular is already there. What is the Angular version command? Okay, for me, Angular is already installed. So now what I will do, I'll go to D drive.
Go for ng command on time.
The ng version, yes.
ng version.
ng version.
ng double hyphen version. Double hyphen v.
This only works when we have Angular installed globally, right, ma'am?
Yeah, globally when you install. Okay, let me, I'll check it out. What is the version command for ng? So over here, we'll go for that particular folder. cd
System cannot find it.
this.
Sir, just write ng version. Don't use hyphen.
Only ng version, is it?
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
ng version. Yeah, it is giving. So that means this is telling Angular is installed in my system. So all of you guys know how to, unless and until we install the Angular CLI, we will not be able to use the ng command, we will not be able to create the Angular project. It is not possible. Fine. Now we are going to create a project, ng new, create a project folder, ng new, suppose test project. Text project. So the folder got created. It is getting created. Yeah. So do you require Angular routing? Yes or no, anything you can give it. Later you will be knowing what is routing. Then from the arrow key, you select which CSS you want to select. So go for the basic CSS, only CSS, and installation will be done. All of you are familiar with this. Can you guys tell me in a Angular there is a file called package.json. What is the purpose of that file? Anybody can tell me what is the purpose of package.json file?
To add libraries.
To add the file to the
Library.
to the project.
Yeah. So see, so how it is useful. See, we can install the packages as and when what is required. But in how the dependencies which will be part of the library is going to helpful for us. See, suppose you have created a project in Angular. Okay. Now you have pushed your project to GitHub, and whatever installation you have made locally for that project, it would be added as a dependency of the package.json. Getting? So now somebody else who is download your project, what he will do, what is his step? First, he will download your project, pull the project locally. Can you tell me what is his next step? So that your project he can run. Sorry. Will he directly go to ng serve -o? Will it work in that case?
ng build.
ng build, will it see ng build? Okay, but there are necessary installation is required for your project. See, for when you are locally worked on your project, you have done some installation. So there are different dependencies you have installed. Now, when somebody else clone your project from the GitHub, how he can execute your project? So for that, he has to install the software which is as a dependency present in the package.json what you have mentioned. See, whenever you are in your Angular app, whenever you are going to install something, that installation would be added as a dependency. That installation would be added as a dependency in the package.json. So you download someone else download your project from GitHub, then he's going to run a command called npm install. So when the npm install is run, what will happen? Any idea which will be get installed? Which should be get installed?
Package.json.
Yeah, package.json, whatever dependencies are there, which is related for your project, that is going to get installed. Getting clear? Have you understood that concept?
Sir, please repeat again.
See what I am telling, package.json will have all the dependencies. Suppose I am working on a project locally. Okay, so for a Angular, so I have for working on that project, I need some external packages to be installed. So whatever packages I am going to install for my project, it is going to get added as a dependency in the package.json. Fine. Now my project is ready. I have pushed my project to GitHub. Now someone else is going to download my project. So once he download my project, he will not get the installation in his system what I have done for my project. Getting? So what is to be installed for my project, it is there as a information in the package.json. Getting? And then, so what I will do, the other person, what he will do, he will download my project and he execute a command npm install. And that npm install is going to install all the dependency which is required for that project, which is being added in the package.json. So you get the environment, you get all the installation which is required for my project, which is run by someone else. Is it clear now, guys? Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So yeah, if you see the package.json, let me see. D drive practice test Angular. See, otherwise, what if the package.json was not there, I have in a GitHub, in a README file, I need to tell you need to install this, you need to install this package, you need to install this package, you need to install this package. So these are the package you need to install so that my project to run in your machine. But that information we are providing in the as a dependency in the package.json, and package.json will automatically added the dependency whatever you are installing for that particular Angular project. Is it clear, guys? Okay. Have you understood?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. So we'll go for practice now. Now see, what are the, can you tell me over here there is a folder called src. So what is the purpose of src? Any idea? What src folder is having some folder called app, it is having a folder called asset, it is having a folder called environment, it is having a small icon called favicon IQ, it is having a index.html, it is having a main.ts, polyfills.ts, styles.cs, test.ts. Any idea what is the, see, in a Angular project, the main folder is the src folder. In a Angular folder structure, the main folder is the src folder. And what is the purpose of the src folder? Here, the developer work on this folder. That means any logic or any coding you need to do as a developer for creating your Angular application, you are going to write the code inside this src folder. Is it okay, guys? Clear? Now, over here, what we will be learning? We will be learning what are the different folders, and inside the different folders, what are the files are there and what are their usage. That we'll be learning. So for that purpose, what I will do, I'm going to refer a online link. Okay, so this is the link. First thing is what? First thing is the SRC folder. Can somebody read it out? What is being told over here? Someone please volunteer.
This is the folder which contains the main code files related to your Angular application.
Yeah. So the SRC folder is the main folder where the coding is going to take place. So under SRC, now under SRC, you'll have a app folder. What is the purpose of the app folder? Please read out.
The app folder contains the files you have created for app components.
Yeah. So see, whenever we are going to create an Angular project from the Angular CLI, automatically this folder structure would be created, and automatically you are going to get a one default component. And what is the component name over here? Any idea? Means which folder is behave as a component
App.
for this? Yeah.
App.
Sorry.
App.
Yeah, app folder. Within app folder, the component would be created. Now, every component will have how many files? Can you tell me? Every component will have a TS file, TypeScript file. It will have CSS file. It will have HTML file. It will have spec file, and it will have routing modules, because while creating the project, I have chosen the routing module. Yes, so that's why this is a optional file which has come over here, and then app component.ts and app module.ts. So every component will have by default it will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 files. Okay, so what any component in Angular need to have a HTML file, because that is the display page, that is the view page which you would like to show to the client. So here normal HTML code would be there. Fine. App component.html. Can you tell me, guys, what would be the app component.css? What code would be there in this file?
There is styling of app component.
What is
Sorry.
Styling of app component.
Yeah, styling. So styling means, suppose H1 I am selecting, I am giving color something. Color colon, suppose red. So that means styling of the component will come from the app component.css. Any idea what would be this file? App component.ts.
The TypeScript file of app component.
Yeah. So TypeScript file means main logic of the application. Main logic, when you have the business logic, when you have the hard code programming or coding, that should be the that content or that coding should be the part of the app component.ts. So what programming language I will be using this app component.ts file?
TypeScript.
Yeah, we'll be using TypeScript. Okay, and in this file, see TypeScript. Can you tell me over here what is the class?
App component.
Yeah, app component is the class. Fine. Now, before app component, there is a one decorator. You'll get to know what is decorator. So this is a app component is a class. So it will remain class if this portion of code is not there. It will remain class if this portion of code is not there. Okay, but normal class. But it will become a component when this portion is there. When this piece of code is there, then the normal TypeScript class became the component for us. So that is what so app component, and within the app component class, your programming logic or your UI logic would be there. So you can transfer data from TypeScript to view page HTML. you can see, suppose in your suppose in your application, suppose you're creating a login page. So where your control would be there, input control, in which file? Suppose I am creating a login page, I am telling enter a name text box and enter a password, enter a username text box, enter a password text box, and then then submit button. So where this piece of code would be there?
HTML.
Yeah, it would be in HTML. Okay. Now, now when I submit, when I click the submit, then the username and password is going to get fetched, and where it is going to store in a variable, in which file?
JS.
No, JS file you are
TS.
telling. What you are saying? TS file, right?
Yes. TS.
Yeah. So it is a kind of backbone of the HTML. So in a HTML, you are taking the username, you are taking the password, and when you click the submit button, we are going to call some function over for that button click event. We are going to call a function which would be defined within the app component class, and then we are going to take the input, and further on we'll do whatever processing is required. So HTML is the view page where you have the control for a login details, username, password, and then from the HTML, when you click submit button, the control goes to component.ts, and then the component.ts with some coding is going to fetch the data from the HTML page, and then the further coding will take place. So that is how it works.
Sir.
Fine. Yeah.
Sir, so this decorator is making the class into a component.
Yes, this decorator is making a normal TypeScript class as a component, and this decorator is present in the Angular core in a library @Angular core library, which is there under node modules. Okay. So to use the component, you need to import the component. Okay, component module from the Angular core. And if this piece of code is telling app component is not a normal class, it is a component. It became a component.
Okay.
Fine. Okay.
But sir, here is not clear TypeScript URL.
Sorry, Rushikesh, your voice is breaking. Sorry?
Sir, I just said it's not clear.
No, I can't hear you properly. Other guys, can you hear him?
No, sir, his voice is breaking.
Voice is breaking, yeah. If you have question, Rushikesh, type it in the chat. We'll see. Okay? Because your voice is breaking. Okay, so like that, we will not go in that detail how the function, how actually internally Angular works. That will be in the upcoming session. We'll be discussing in detail, not to worry. So we are focusing over here on the different files. Okay. Now any idea? So CSS we know, HTML we know, component.ts know where the business logic would be there. Any idea what would be this file? spec.ts. This is also a TypeScript file. So by seeing that, can you tell me what is it? See, where you have learned describe, eat, in JavaScript you have learned somewhere, no?
Test.
Yes, sir. Testing during
Yeah.
test.
So the test, yes, for the component testing, you can do using this TS file, component testing. Then every component will have module.ts file. So module.ts file means what? See, in one application, you may have multiple components. So can you tell me over here how many components are there in this Angular project?
One.
Five.
Oh yeah, only one component is there, which is app component. Okay, so that means how many components are there in your Angular application? All the component should be under declaration section of the ng module decorator. Okay. In a import, you will have all the modules. All the modules will have in there. So what is module? What is so component and directive would be under declaration part, and modules would be under import part. Services would be under providers part, and the entry level component should be under bootstrap part. The internal coding you will get to know, not to worry. So it is app.module.ts. It is a file where a component level configuration takes place. So what are the component you for the means what are the component you are using in your Angular project, what are the modules, what are the directive, what are the services. So all these things you have to inform in this file. Is it okay, guys? Clear? Yeah. Next thing is what? So now you tell me how many files should be there in any component in Angular?
5.
Leaving module file.
5.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
yes.
CSS files, styling,
HTML.
HTML file, what user is going to see, spec file, testing file, a TS file where the programming logic would be there, and module.ts file where you are going to configure the particular component with all its detail. Means we have to in our application, if you are importing some module, some external module we are importing, that should be under import. Suppose we are using some services, that should be under providers and all. Okay, next thing. So now somebody read it out, this app component.css. Someone please read it out.
This file contains the cascading style sheet code for your app component.
Yeah, all of you are clear with this. Next. Read next.
App.component.html. This file contains the HTML file related to app component. This is the template file which is used by Angular to do the data binding.
Yes. So how you will do the data binding means how you are going to transfer the data from the HTML to that particular component TS file, that we will be learning. Okay. So data binding means it is a process of transmitting data from HTML to component TS file, or sending the data from the component TS file to HTML. So Angular is a two-way data binding. Two-way data binding means what? I can take username and password from the HTML file, and I can access it in my TS file, in app component.ts file. Similar fashion, in app component.ts file, I have some text that I can display to HTML also. So HTML to TS, I can transmit the data. TS to HTML, vice versa also, I can transmit the data. So it's a two-way data binding that is also can be done in Angular. Yeah, next.
App.component.spec.ts. This file is a unit testing file related to app component. This file is used along with other unit tests. It is run from Angular CLI by the command ng test.
Yeah. So what we have learned over here, this is the spec file, which is nothing but TS code would be there inside, and over here we are going to line the test code, and to run the file, see, to run the project, I will have ng sarm -o. To run the test, I have a different command, ng test. One second, guys. Just 1 second. Yeah, sorry, my kid got awake, that's why. Okay, now, okay, who is going to read this one? App component.ts. What is the purpose of this file?
This is the most important TypeScript file, which includes the view logic behind the component.
Yeah, so whatever logic, see, suppose from the HTML app component or HTML, I am taking username and password, and I'm accessing the data in the TypeScript TS file, and I'm checking if username is ABC and if password is ABC123, then display welcome message. So that means I am adding some functionality in my web app. So that functionality to check input is ABC or password is ABC123 or not, that coding would be there in the behind the scene in the app.component.ts. Next thing.
App.module.ts. This is also a TypeScript file which includes all the dependencies for the website. This file is used to define the needed module to be imported, the component to be declared, and the main component to be bootstrapped.
Yeah. So there are three things. Number one, modules to be imported. Can you tell me in this over here what module is imported? Which are the module imported for this application?
Yeah.
Guys?
Browser module, app routing module.
Yeah. So these are the whenever you are going to create a default project, these two by default is going to get imported. But in real time, you may need to import some other modules also. So whatever new module you are using in your application, that module name should be there in the import section. Okay. Next thing, component to be declared. So can you tell me what is the component is being used over here in this application and where it is declared?
App component.
App component. Yeah, so app component is the only one component is over here in my application. So that is being declared under declaration section. Next thing, main component to be bootstrapped. So can you tell me which acts as a main component over here?
App component.
Yeah, app component. And that has to be bootstrap over here like this. So app.module.ts is going to tell over here whatever module we are using, whatever component we are using, whatever services you are using, that needs to be informed to the Angular application using this file. Okay. Now other important file, there are so many files are there actually. Yeah. Now somebody read it out, package.json.
Package.json. This is npm configuration file. It includes the details about the website's package dependencies along with the details about your own website being a package itself.
Yeah. So what just now, what in the beginning of the session I told you, no. So all the dependency, whatever in your Angular you are going to install as a information, what you installed would be added as a dependency in the package.json and so somebody wants to know what are the packages installed for that particular project. He can go to the package.json. He can see the dependency and he get to know these are the packages which is required for this application to run. And using npm install, he can install the necessary packages and he can use it for he can run the existing project by himself. He can run the someone else project in his machine. Yeah, now read it out. Package log.json.
This is an auto-generated and modified file that gets updated whenever npm does an operation related to node modules or package.json.
Yeah, so package, if you see the package.json where it is, this one. Package.json. Can you tell me what are the packages is installed for this application? Any idea, guys? Seeing this file, can you tell me what are the packages is being installed?
Animation.
Yeah, animation, common, compiler, core, forms. So all these are the in the form of dependency format, all the packages which is installed is there. So whenever you do ng new and the project name, by that automatically all these default dependencies is going to get installed. Without this default dependency, you are not going to get a basic Angular app. It will not be up and running unless and until you have at least this basic installation is being done. So, but for any other complex application, you may need to install some other packages as well. Now, whenever you want to do any changes over here, so what it is telling, what is package log? This is a auto-generated and modified file that gets updated whenever npm does an operation related to node modules or package.json. So whenever you are going to doing any changes, that means anything adding in the package.json or anything is got deleting from the package.json, so that is going to be keep track in the package log.json. Okay, so in the package log.json, it is going to be keep on updating by the operation what you are doing on the package.json. It is an auto-generated file. We are not going to touch on this file by ourselves. We will not going to do anything for this file. It is auto-generated, and it is a kind of log file where whatever operation we are doing for the package.json, it is going to get logged over here. Next thing, Angular.json. Angular.json, it is very important configuration file related to your Angular application. So every application will have a configuration file. So see, suppose it defines the structure of your app and includes any setting associated with your application. All the configuration related your Angular app would be there in the Angular.json. So let's see what is it there. Angular.json. So it is a JSON file because the configuration of Angular is being taken care by what is it called, by key value pair. So you have a key or property and you have the configuration value. You have a key, property, and the configuration value, and it in the form of object, it is going to be stored over here. So that is all the configuration related file. So test configuration is this one over here. A test configuration details are there. Then for development, when the application run in the development, for development related configuration file is there. Then when you are going to run ng serve, what it should be done, that related configuration is over here. So like that. So whenever you are going to do ng serve, building will take place automatically, and then in a targeted browser, it is going to display your page. So all this information, the what is it called, setting related. In Angular.json also you can change the port also permanently. You can change the port for your Angular application 4200 to anything else by using a property key port and the value, any value. Okay. Next thing, git ignore. So git ignore, it is a file which is while you are pushing the code into the git, or we are pulling the code from the git, that time I want some files not to be get updated or not to be get committed. So that can be done with git ignore. Okay, so it is a git related topic, so we'll discuss some other time, don't worry. Editor config is what where is that editor config? Yeah, this one. So what is over here? Let me see what this file is containing. This file is related to the source control git. So no, yeah, so git ignore is a file which is going to help us to push and pull the code, and there are some files I don't want to update or I don't want to commit, but it should be pushed. That can be done with git ignore file. Editor config, this is a simple file which is used to maintain consistency in the code editor, to organize some basics such as indentation and white spaces. See, editor config, what it does: character set UTF-8, indent style space, indent size 2, insert final new line 2. So these are how, when you are writing your code in your Visual Studio or in any editor for your Angular, then what would be the indentation it should follow? So suppose if I write some code over here. Suppose if I write some code over here. So I'm writing div. See what happened? This has got indented. How it has got indented? See, it is not, this div is not starting from here, and this div is not ending over here. So where it is got starting and ending, just below to the previous div, and in the same vertical line, the other div is also getting closed. So this indentation automation is being done through that editor.config file. So whenever you are typing, the indentation should be automatically be placed whenever you are writing code, and that is being taken care by the editor config file. Next thing, asset folder. Any idea what we call it asset, guys?
It will be can
Resource
keep our media.
Yeah, so audio, video, images, these are called asset. So definitely whenever, since we are a web developer, that means definitely we will be dealing with a static files, and all the static files should be in a folder called asset folder, which is by default present, the asset folder. And in the asset folder, you will have all your audio, video, images, and all the files which are asset for your application to display to the client. This is the asset folder. You can change this asset folder in any other name, and then you can store your images inside that folder. And while link that file, suppose you have an image img1.jpg, and if you change the asset folder name to something else, the linking or path has to be changed, whatever new name you have given. Next thing, environment folder. So environment folder is a folder where the configuration of the application has got two environment to run. One is development environment, another one is production environment. So what is the configuration you want to make when the application run in production? What is the configuration you want to make when the application is running in the development environment? That configuration or that setting would be done under environment folder. If you come over here, environment folder, yeah, this one. Within environment folder, there is a product environment and there is a environment.ts. This is nothing but the development environment. So there are two files are there. What are the purpose of these two files? Yeah. The environment folder is used to hold the environment configuration constants that help when building Angular application. The constants are defined in two separate TS files. So in a environment folder, there are two environment files are there, and in that two files, based on the constants, the configuration is being done. So environment.ts and the environment prod.ts, where these constants are used within the angular.json file by the Angular CLI. For example, if you run the ng build command, it will build the application using the development environment setting, whereas the command ng build $prod will build the project using the production environment setting. So over here, in the environmental folder within the environment.ts file, you are giving the different command for the same building of an application, either in prod or in development. Next, browser list. This file used to auto prefixes that adjust the CSS to support a list of defined browser. Okay, so browser list means it's going to in which browser you are going to display your web page. That browser detail would be there in the browser list file. If you go over here, your browser list. See over here, what it is telling: last one Chrome version, last one Firefox version. So all these version is supported by the Angular your app. In any one of these version, browser, you can open your Angular app and you can display the web page, no problem. So browser related information will be there over here. Then favicon.io, it is a small icon which will be displayed in the default Angular app as a small picture. So that is called favicon.io. This is a default icon. Default icon, it means it is a small picture which is there with your default settings of your Angular app. So where you will get it? You'll get it over here, favicon.io. So this is a very small picture you can see over here, but when you run the application, you will get this icon or you will get this picture. Next thing, index.html. See, this is a very important file. So all these files which you have discussed now, these as a developer, we may not be doing so much work on this, but index.html is some file where as a developer, it is very important. So index.html, where you will get it? Index.html, you will get it this. So see, in the yesterday's session, we have discussed Angular is a single page application. That single page is index.html. Angular is a single page application. That single page is nothing but index.html. Index.html is going to render the different component. Can you tell me what component is being rendered by index.html? Let me see who can answer it.
AppRoot.
AppRoot. So is there any AppRoot component over here? It is a app component is there. There is no AppRoot component, no? Then how it is rendering? Any idea? Can you answer by seeing this? There is an app component. Sorry?
Selector app now.
Yes, yes. So for the app component, I have given selector AppRoot. That means using AppRoot tag, I can render the app component in my index.html. Got it? So like that, the index.html, which is a single page, which will be only be visible to the client, and it is going to be changed with a component, and you'll get the different look and feel for the different page. Got it? Like that. So if you have created another component, and if you have that another component, some another selector, that selector you can add it over here also. Suppose app2 component. App2 component. So you have another component which is app2 component, but to have the say another component selector, you need to create another component. How you'll be creating all the another component, that will be discussed. Don't worry. Okay, next thing, karma config.js. Karma is this file specifies the config file for the car. See, there are two type of testing you can do in Angular, which is one is called Karma and Jasmine. So these are the two way of doing the testing in Angular. So karma config.js, it is a configuration file for the testing. Main.ts, that is very important. This is also you will be working every now and then as a developer. So what the main.ts will do, as defined in angular.json, this is the main TS file that will first run. So whenever you are going to write a command ng serve -o, so which file got hit first? Any idea? Yeah, main.ts, which is under the project, that got hit first, and that is going to call the particular which module to call for the execution. So whenever the application Angular application runs or build, it is going to hit the main.ts file. Main.ts refer the module, app module. From here it will go to app module.ts. App module bootstrap will call app component. From here it will go to the app component. Okay. In the app component, the HTML code, then HTML is going to get loaded for the app component, and then that HTML as a selector would be displayed in the index.html. So what is the flow of Angular app? First main.ts, it will call app module. From there it will go to app module.ts. App module bootstrap will call app component. From there it will go to app component HTML. The page got rendered and it will display with all the content, whatever you want to show it. And then what will happen from here? Control comes to index.html, who is rendering the app component, and you are going to display the output. So that is the flow how Angular works. So in further more detail, it is going to discuss once again to you guys. Main.ts, then polyfills.ts. So where is the polyfill.ts file? Yeah, this is the polyfill.ts. So what is this file? There is nothing over here. By default there is there is only one statement is there, import zone.js. Let's see what it is doing. The file is set of code that can be used to provide compatibility support for older browser. Suppose you are going to use, you are not using the latest Chrome, you are not using the latest what is it called Firefox, you are not using the latest Internet Explorer or Mozilla. So what? So if you are going to, suppose in your system you have a older version of browser, and from the older version of browser, if you are not getting the Angular app to be displayed as a web page, you can using this polyfills.ts file, you can make your Angular displayed in older version of browser as well. So that is the polyfills.ts. Then style.css. So it is a global cascading style sheet file. It is a global. See, style.css, where it, yeah, style.css is a global CSS file. And can you tell me what is local CSS file over here?
app.components.cs.
Yeah, app.component.cs. It is a CSS file for the component, and style.css is the CSS file for throughout your application, wherever you want to give some general styling. Suppose all of your component heading background color is sky blue. So instead of giving the background sky blue color for component 1 heading, background color sky blue for component 2 heading, background color sky blue for component 3 heading, instead of doing that, what we will do in a style.css, generally in general, I'll make background color of header of all the component sky blue. So that way it is going to helpful for us. So the look and same look and feel you would like to give it for all the component. No need to repeat the same styling code in all the component. In the style.css, at a once you give the styling which is going to be effect in all the component. So that is the style.css. Then test.ts. Okay, so this is the main test file that Angular CLI command ng test will use to traverse all the unit tests within the application and run them. So test.ts is going to help us to do the testing for your Angular application. ts config.json, it's a very important file. This is a TypeScript configuration. TypeScript, see, TypeScript is a separate language, and Angular is a framework. Angular using the TypeScript as its language for creating a UI. So there are some settings separately for TypeScript also has to be done. How which file is responsible for doing that TypeScript setting? That is nothing but tsconfig.json. This is a TypeScript compiler configuration file. If you go over here, TypeScript tsconfig.json. So here you'll have output directory. So in a bundling we saw, no? In a bundling in JavaScript we saw how we are going to what would be the output directory, where it would be there. Then what are the other things? So these are all the details, or these are all the settings for the TypeScript. Means that the TypeScript should run under which compiler, which version of the compiler, which version of the TypeScript we have installed, and if it is required to update the TypeScript with the latest version. So all this configuration is being done through tsconfig.json. TypeScript related configuration. tsconfig app.json. This is used to override the tsconfig.json. And see, in a tsconfig spec.json, this override the tsconfig.json file with app specific unit test configuration. So see, in a testing there may be requirement for doing the TypeScript coding testing, and for that TypeScript coding testing, what are the configuration is required? That will come from this file. Okay, and tsconfig app.json, this is used to override the tsconfig.json file with app specific configuration. So there are some files, there are some project where you are going to do some complex functionality, and for that purpose you want to override the default tsconfig file, and that can be done with tsconfig app.json. So that is what is the folder structure looks like, or folders and file which serve different purposes for your Angular application. One more time, quick recap. So Angular, so as a developer, we are going to mostly bother about the src folder, and src folder will have the component will have 5 files which are the main file which as a developer will be working on. And then apart from that, we have some main.ts, which is the entry file. We have the index.html, which is the landing page or the single page, which is going to display based on the user request. And then there are some other files are there for testing file like Karma, for Angular related configuration file, Angular JSON. And then for dependency related information would be there in package.json. For TypeScript related configuration would be there in the tsconfig.json. Then browser related configuration would be there in the browser list. Editor related configuration means whenever you are going to type the code, how much space it should take, how the indentation will take place, all this would be there in the editor config. Git ignore, it is a file for when you are going to push the code in the Git, or you are going to pull the code, that configuration will be there over here. So Angular JSON, whenever you want to change the port or you want to change the setting, some of the setting you want to change it for your Angular application, that detail would be there over here like that. Okay, so with this we have somewhat, not in very detail, but in a somewhat as a nutshell or as a top level, we have understood what are the folders and what are the files that are associated in Angular application. Guys, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Did you follow that, what we have discussed now? Guys, is it okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the, what is it called, the files and folders in Angular?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what is the flow? Can you tell me how the Angular runs? What is the first file to be get invoked when the main.ts? From the main.ts, where it will go?
Sir, can you click on main.ts?
Yeah.
Then it will get to
App module.
module.
App module, yes. From the app module, where it will go?
Then app component.
Yeah, app component. And from the app component, where it will go?
Index.html.
Index.html. That is the flow. That is the flow. And yes. So any other questions, guys, you have on this, whatever you have discussed? In very detailed level, we will not going to be understanding each of individual files, which is as of now not required. So we are most of the file configuration file, we are not going to touch it. Most of the time, we will not going to touch it. In very rare cases, we will be doing some modification in the configuration files. Not rare cases, in less frequently, we will be touching the configuration file if our application demands to change the configuration. Other than that, mostly we will be working on this src folder only, whatever files are there. Yeah, so what I will do, I'll give you 15 minutes time, 15 to 20 minutes time. I'm going to share this link to you. Whatever we have discussed one more time, all the folder and all the files and their purposes, you read it out from here. Okay, read it out from here, from beginning to till end. This one page reading has to be there. Read the text, and based on the reading, what you have understood, open the file and check it out whether what it is trying to say you are getting it from the opening the file or not. So another 15 minutes you do this task, then we'll move on to the next topic. Okay. So I'll share this link. Yeah, in the mentor node I have shared, please go to this link and read out. One time reading is actually is required. Okay, so what purpose? What are the files and what are their purposes? At least one time with care, you read out the statement which is being telling over there about the purpose of the file.
Asif, can we connect in the breakout room? Please confirm that you are all back. Start the next session. Ashmita and Sudeep, are you back? Okay, except Ashmita, Sudeep. Okay, requesting all of you to pay attention. Please come to Zoom. Let's continue with the next topic. We will get into Angular. Whether my screen is visible?
No, no, ma'am.
Some problem with Zoom.
Loading.
Can you see my screen?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Give me 2 minutes time. Am I audible?
Ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Even though I have ended the Zoom task, still I am alive and I cannot able to find Zoom. Hope you can see my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please pay attention. Let's observe the components of some web pages. So we are going to get into Angular components. We will generate component and we will append component in an existing app component and we will work on our TypeScript code. So this session is completely about handling with components. So there is a web page. You need to identify components. according to our usual discussion. So you start from the top. You find something called as location, check-in, check-out, and search button. Can I say this as one component?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yeah, you take time and analyze and tell me. The question was, observe the components of web pages. Some web pages, this is the first web page. Some task, some meaningful functionality we will put, and that is gonna to loaded from the server instead of entire page. That is why we are in SPA. In SPA, one page will have lot of components. And every time when you are making changes, the respective component alone will be refreshed.
Calendar, I am flexible, search bar.
Correct. So I have search component. I have calendar component. And if you noticed, toggling between different calendar component. Come on, what else? I cannot able to comment on background picture. We are talking about dynamic component.
I'm experienced.
Some right side menu bar, the menu.
Okay, menu component.
Experience, online experience.
Okay, places to say experience and online experiences tab. All right, we will explore by the way.
Switch to host.
Learn what's new.
Learn, okay. So whatever I have marked, that is considered as components. So in my page, I can see some 6-7 components.
Location.
Let it be. So after certain stage, you will find the difference between whatever you said, no, this menu bar, places to stay, experiences, online experiences. So the entire page is one app component. So inside you have all those tabs, menu bar, this learn what's new, the background image. Apart from that, the second component, technically speaking. So this is my main component and the search is my second component, toggling between different calendar option, calendar, and here incrementing the days. So technically speaking, there were 5 components. And the background image, this menu, toggle, everything falls under your actual main app component.
Ma'am, this entire page is considered as a component?
Main component. In main component, I have this background, this tab, this menu,
Okay.
all those. Got it? Inside, I have certain dynamic feature. Think, you relate from the topics which we discussed. Let me ask you a question. Do I often modify something on this menu, on this background color?
No.
No, that is why they are kept in our app component. But do we make a changes on search?
Yes, of course.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we often change the toggling calendar? I am flexible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
We will modify the date. I may select 14th July, 15th July. This is one another component. I may click plus 1 day, plus 3 day, plus 7 day. So dynamic, when I am making the changes, appropriate changes needs to be reflected.
So, ma'am, earlier what you mentioned about the theme of a website. So, is the one indicating the theme?
Theme will not make sense for dynamic discussion.
Because for
See,
most of the
whichever I
cases,
want it to be fixed, I will place in my main component. Apart from this, those changing functionality, I will be placing as a separate component.
okay.
You make a note of this page component number 1. You please observe those 5 numbers. So number 1 is your page component. Number 2 is your search component. Calendar toggle component. 4th one is your calendar component. And here we have something called as days increment. Let it be. These are all just your idea, and relate all the points we discussed. When I do, let's assume when I do this date increment, when I click this +1 day, do I want to refresh the entire page?
No, ma'am.
No. Do I want to refresh the calendar? No, nothing. Only this particular block alone needs to be refreshed. Likewise, when I select location, when I select date, if I add the guest and search, I don't want to load my entire page. Even I don't want to load my calendar. So that is why these are all placed as a separate component. Let it be. Just relate with the topics, theory we discussed. Relate with the example. Sorry. Identify the components. Every time when you are entering the details and when you are doing anything on this page, only the respective component alone needs to be refreshed, not the entire page. So identify the components in this Airbnb.
Search bar.
So yes, we can
Price.
take
Index box.
Place.
whomsoever I'm calling, you need to identify one component. Vivek Sharma, you tell me one component on this page. Make it fast.
That search content, man, in upper side, nav bar, in nav bar.
Here. Oh, here. No, I didn't get your component. You see in front of the page, you feel like this should be the component. This component will separately load. And I'm going to keep it as a separate.
That zoom component, plus
Okay.
minus.
Map, zoom. All right. Swapnil,
Yes, ma'am.
can you identify one component?
Yeah, ma'am. Above that map, there is one calendar guest search symbol is there.
Where you will find search, you have switched to hosting, globe symbol and this menu.
Then I'm at middle that also, and also type of place.
All
with
right,
this
all right.
stuff
I will
is-
take this one. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Surmani,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
identify any component on this page.
Okay, ma'am. Map is one component, and the navigation type of
Right.
place, price, instant book, group, puts. This is also nav, but it's on a component. And after that, this
Enough.
Yeah.
I will take this block as one component. When I click type of places, I should get type of places, price, instant book. All right. Soumya Ranjan.
Yes, ma'am.
Identify any other component on this page.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, these are the components, like card components.
That's fine. You identify card. All right.
Yes.
I think you are aware of this card component.
Yes, ma'am.
So do we want to create this one as separate card, this one as separate, and this is separate card?
Yes, ma'am.
So this images block will be call it as card component. Irrespective of any number of cards, same style will be applied. Not many cards. Only one card we will be applying the image. This rating. What is that? The label. All fixed message. Irrespective of any number of hotels I am viewing, I will be getting the specification and the image as such similar. All right. Richa, can you identify? Richa is not there. Rusikesh, can you identify one another component? The remaining on the page.
Ma'am, 16 to 15 and Munar.
This is one component.
Munar.
These are all falls under card component. See, when I wants to show all 19 hotels available in Kodaikanal, do I want to refresh the entire page?
No, ma'am. Only
the respective component alone will be fetch the data from the server. So entire page. So map is one another component. Stay in selected map area, different way, options of choosing. 30% off. Different card component. See, all the rooms will be considered same component, irrespective of array value we specified. I can give 10 hotel detail, 20 hotel detail. All will display an image, followed with rating, followed with hotel name, price, and its reviews.
Ma'am, can you confirm something?
Huh?
Ma'am, can you confirm something? Is all the card components 6? Are these the
Same.
subcomponents of 5?
I will not say. Two, four. Right. Inside 5, we have all those cards. Moving on to the next. So web page. So let's take our index.html. So in an application, so web page will take tree-like structure. So we have n number of components which has been arranged as a tree-like structure, and it has been kept in an hierarchy. So if you have noticed, in an entire page, I have two search. BNB search view and BNB map view. Inside we have filter component, we have city container component, city view component, and we have map pins. So this is for your understanding. Same thing if I place it as an hierarchy. If you take my entire page, so I am dividing into 2. So look into the numbers. So 1 is my entire page, web page. Here I have further two components. The search component and my map component. Search view and map view. Inside search view, what are all the sub-components we have? We have something called as filter component. I can filter based on type, price, instant booking, rooms and beds. I can also filter based on 30% off. And I have also have city view component. The right hand side is map view. Inside map view, we have these pins. So based on the pin, I can able to locate my map areas. Can you relate this hierarchy with the image and component?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is how my web page in an application, which is a tree of component. Each component is having a hierarchy arrangement. Let it be. We are going to explore a lot. So again, I'm sure these kind of web page is not familiar, or is familiar to you, which is not new, which is familiar to you all. So now it's your turn to identify components.
Department.
And first go with an hierarchy. Since we came across those on this component hierarchy, what would be the first component we can see?
Entire page.
Entire page. So inside page, how can I divide? So let's assume this is my entire page. So in entire page, what are all the two components there?
Right side and
Left and right.
Ma'am. Sort
the
by.
filter,
Left
filter
side,
section.
you will find these filter component, or I can say different nav bar. And the right hand side, you have this product grid component. So 1, I can say 2 and 3. Will it work?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So further to
Yes.
that, what are all the inside this side nav bar? What are all the components we have?
Department.
Department,
brand,
average customer review, brand,
Department,
and price.
Price.
brand component and
And
price
price.
component. This is filtering part. So filter component, brand based filter and price based filter. And what about inside 3? That is inside our product.
Different mobile.
We have,
Sort by card component.
technically we call it as card component.
card components.
Ma'am, and the top one sort by featured drop down.
Sort by feature.
And also that best seller and Amazon sales.
Comes under yeah, is
Best
related
baby
to my
mobile
nav bar only,
cards.
filter bar. Sort by filter. Okay. So time being, we will take this as, this is 8th one, and this I'm taking as 9th one, which is also a component inside my grid, product grid.
Best baby mobile also cards component.
Where?
Best baby mobile, I mean, best overall runner up, top contender.
Down part.
Ma'am, editor recommendation.
This also comes under okay,
Cards component.
component. So if I relate with the previous page, so I have page. So simply we can divide into 2 child component. One is side nav, another one is product. So we have rating, we have brand, we have price, and right hand side we have product card component. So let us develop single page application using Angular component. So we are going to create n number of components. We'll slowly go. We will start creating with one simple component and how the data is flowing from my HTML page to my TypeScript, from TypeScript to HTML. And then we will be creating n number of components. Shall we get into developing components?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So I know as of now, we cannot able to create such type of many components. We will go slowly. In this session, we will discuss on how to create a view in Angular using component and template. We are going to project the data on a template on an HTML using the concept interpolation and property binding. We are going to capture the data using ng model class data. We are going to fetch event binding. component interaction with input and output binding. The last topic is about publishing. So I'll repeat, we will explore on components, creating a component and making it as a different view. So data binding between your template and your code via interpolation, property binding, and model data can be fetched and bind with the help of ng model. Event binding and parent-child component data passing interaction can be done with input and output. These are the topics for today. So hope you all know, we can say the component, the card component which is in front of you will falls under component, where in a component I will be having an image. I have to place an image followed with the project description. You will find a uniformity followed with project rating, price, where it is gonna to ship, and some more information about the product. If I want to convert that to a model class, again get into programming idea. So from not only we will stick on designer, so we are going to play a role of developer. So if I want to convert my component data to my TypeScript file, you will be creating a class. I'm sure creating a class, you know what is the purpose of creating a class and what are the data you have. As I said, image followed with the name or description, rating, price, and card type. So all the data you will be placing inside a class. And in order to fetch and display, you will be creating a card component class. Inside constructor, you will initialize 2 different products and depend upon the required code you will display. Just a sample, relate web UI component with your TypeScript programming code. So one product class, you can use multiple number of times by creating an object, and by using one display method, I can able to display my product list. Can you relate the component image and this TypeScript code?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
That is why your TypeScript is pure object oriented. Let it be. Components are the main building block of Angular application. If you take Angular, so from today for next 10 days, we will be sticking into component. So component consists of 4 files. Can you remember? What is the first file?
HTML.
HTML template.
CSS.
CSS.
So HTML, we call it as a template. We call it as an HTML template too, which is used to view the layout. So you can either directly use template property, or you can use template URL and you can relate your any external, any HTML file. So where I am gonna to render the view of my web page. So all those things will be there in my template. You can create HTML. HTML includes binding and directives. So followed with CSS. So as we all know, this template. So template can be defined how the component needs to be displayed. So that you can define with the help of CSS. So that is also optional. Apart from that, you have noticed or not, you will find a component class. You will find a TypeScript class. Class consists of 2 things. One is property, other one is methods. Code supporting the view. So whatever the code I have created, it supports the view. It is completely TypeScript code. It consists of property holding the data and method holding the logic. Apart from that, you will be finding a spec file, which we will not use. As I said, we are going to test all our methods. So additionally, you will find metadata information, extra data for Angular. Always extra data will be added with the help of decorators, which will be prefixed with at. So morning, I created one new application. So I created July 19 demo app. So it is a class. By default, all the CLI application will come with app component. Component, it will be prefixed with app. So export class, then only I can, if I use export only, I can able to import in other classes. So export is mandatory word for class, followed with class name. Class consists of variable title. So in order to indicate this is my component, we are using at component. In order to use component, we need to import. This is called as decorators. Importing and using the decorators using as annotation. So selector is a name. I can use template or I can use template URL. I can use style URL or I can use directly style. Let's explore on all. So this is very important. This is my TypeScript file. Because of this TypeScript selector template URL only, we are attaching an additional HTML. Without HTML, will I able to do by using template alone? Which is also possible. I'll introduce. So creating a component using Angular CLI. So in order to create a new component, we can use the command ng generate component and component name. We can also use ng instead of generate, you can use G, and component you can use C. Ng, GC, you can give component name. So when I trigger this command, it will create a folder naming card. It consists of TypeScript file, template HTML file, CSS file, and testing specification file. So please pay attention. So when you create with CLI, you will have this default. When you launch your application, by default, you will have this welcome screen of your Angular. So you can delete that and according to your requirement, you can place. Inside root component, app root component. So all of you pay attention. I have already built and already opened my application. So that is why you can see the output, and it has been published with in my machine with the port number 4200. All of you pay attention. So let us create a component. So open a terminal under source app. So what is a command to generate? So you can use the command ng. In my machine, I have to use npx. ng, I can use generate word or I can use G. C, so followed with
Component name.
Okay, let me give my component 1. You can use generate component or you can use GC, both are same. So I am giving the component name as my component 1. So it will create a folder my component. So it will create my component 1 folder. Inside you will be finding HTML and you will be finding CSS testing file and your important TypeScript file. See, I have created my component 1. By default, have you noticed something?
Component has been added. One more.
So it has been prefixed with app. I have added my component 1, my comp 1, but it has been added app hyphen my component 1. So this is the selector name and it is my HTML and CSS. So let me open my component. My component 1 inside my newly created component. Save. Will you get an output on your browser? No. So how to add a component? See, by default, my HTML page gets launched. My HTML page is calling which component? My default root component. So inside your root component, which is your app component.html, you need to call remaining other components. Guys, have you understood the flow? Index.html is your launching page, which is calling what? Your root.
Root comp.
If you call here, but it is not advisable. You go to root component, which is app component.html. Here you can call remaining all components. So now I have created my component 1. The selector name by default, it is taking as app hyphen. You can modify also, you can test. So what I'm doing. So inside root component is the H2 message, heading message. Second line I'm calling app hyphen my component 1. So it will go to app hyphen my component 1, whatever the component I have created, my template, my HTML template, I'll get it. Can you see? So inside root component is an HTML heading 2. Whereas the remaining 2 lines, my component 1 works inside my newly created components are my HTML template of my component 1, which I am referring with the help of, I have included a component by the selector name. Is that clear? Shall I continue?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I have, see, change your prompt to source app. You use ng gc, you can give your component name and you can modify your content inside your HTML file. Since the selector name is app hyphen my component 1, wherever you want to use, you can use. You can ask me a question, can I include in HTML? You can include. But in order to avoid a confusion, we always call the remaining components in our app root. So please follow this hierarchy. Always call your remaining all other components in your, and whenever if you created a new component, if you noticed in your app module.ts, automatically no, you have to declare that. If it is not, check once. Some time back, I created my component 1. So it has been prefixed with app hyphen. It has been added with the word component. So it will be automatically imported. And inside declaration, you have to add your component. By default, it will add. If it is not adding, if you are not getting an output, then you check whether my component 1 has been added under app module.ts. All the components, directives, everything has to be declared here. All right. Creating a component using Angular CLI. So we created a component, my component 1. So by default, when you create an Angular component, it will come with component decorator. In order to use this decorator, you need to import from Angular core. Under Angular core package, we have this component. You need to import. We have selector and we have template. You can also give template. You can also give template URL. Every component requires CSS selector. So just want to apply the respective style. So a selector instructs Angular to instantiate the component wherever you find the corresponding tag. So wherever I mentioned that selector tag, the respective HTML will be instantiated. So you need to specify the component selector by adding selector statement to the component decorator. You no need to add it manually, it will be automatically added. Just check once. Is that clear? Shall I continue? We have been in the same. Yeah. So defining a component template. Template is a block of HTML that tells Angular how to render a component in your application. We can define template in two different ways. So at component, you will find selector. This is what by default it is generating. Have you noticed template URL colon? You will find your URL of your HTML file. The other way is instead of URL, what you can give?
Template.
Template itself. So whatever the template, whatever the HTML block you are defining, this will be rendered on your application. So instead of template URL, let me copy paste template. Go to your my component one, your TypeScript file. So by default, it is taking template URL. Instead of template URL, let me place what will happen now? Whenever you use app-my component one, it will take this template, HTML template, and it will be rendered on your browser. Can you see the changes inside root component? You are getting hello world because of H1 hello world, and you are getting a paragraph. All the HTML template which you have defined directly. Whether it will go and refer your HTML file? No. Shall I continue? Can you relate template URL? The other one is template itself. This is just for your understanding. We mostly use template URL just to segregate your HTML and your TypeScript file. Is that clear? Shall I continue?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So likewise, you can apply style also. So instead of style URL, you simply give styles. Instead of style URL, you give the key styles, colon, square bracket. Inside you can give the style, and you can give see the changes. So selector, point number one, importing a component, all belongs to Angular code. Decorator component, and here only because of this machine will consider my component one as a component. Selector, template property, and styles property. This is one way, whereas the other way is template URL and style URL. So template is a block of HTML that tells Angular how to render the component. You can give by referencing an external file, or you can give your HTML template directly. Listen carefully, moving on to the Angular architecture. So As of now, please look into this red color highlighted box. Slowly you will be getting into injecting the service directive part. Probably tomorrow and day after tomorrow we will discuss. So just have an idea. Services are injected in your component. Template will use the directives. So apart from that, what do you mean by the block template here? What they are trying?
HTML code.
HTML code. So template they are meant for HTML code. So I will be having an HTML and I will be having my TypeScript component. Do I want to do we have any connection between my template and component? Of course, yes, a lot of connection will be there. Whatever the data I am providing in component, it needs to be fetched and it needs to display on my HTML. So if I fetch the property, always we will call it as a property key value. Those property can be fetched from my TypeScript and I can display on my template. That concept is called as property binding. You can use interpolation or you can use square bracket for property binding. Whereas if I have a button click, when I click a button, data needs to persist. Data needs to fetch form module. So certain event handling, event binding will be happen from my HTML template to my component. Event binding will be defined with the help of square parenthesis. So apart from that, my Angular component, we will be having many module component, many services, some functionalities, external functionalities. So as of now, we are going to explore on this red color boxed area. So later, I will be having n number of services. Those services will be injected in my component. And we will be dealing with directives, structural directive, template directive. Those directives will be injected in your HTML template block. More on directive, more on services, we will discuss on forthcoming session. Whereas now we are going to do property binding. What is property binding? Fetching the property from TypeScript file and displaying or doing some operation on your template. What is the other binding? Please look into it.
Event binding.
Event binding. So always we will be dealing with HTML controls. What controls will do? Controls will trigger an event. Let's take button click event. When I do a click event on my HTML, what should happen? That respective event needs to be handled by my TypeScript component. So let's discuss. The code which is in front of you, there is no binding between component and template. Nothing. That the demo which we discussed some time back. Did I do any binding between my HTML and my TypeScript component? Is there any binding? No, big no. Guys, what happened? I just started. Are you feeling vague? You got my question. Any data is passed from HTML to TypeScript or TypeScript to HTML?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No. The code which is in front of you is example for no binding, nothing. There is no binding between my HTML to. No, nothing. I have a paragraph and I have H4, nothing. So no binding between my component and my HTML. Shall we do binding?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Listen carefully. Here's our actual coding starts. So in order to do binding, there were lots of ways. As I said, first way is interpolation. The code which is in front of you is example for interpolation. The other one is property binding. So inside your component, you will declare two properties. So let's take here. First name equal to Tom, last name equal to Cruz. What is first name and last name?
MP.
It's a variable.
Properties.
Variable.
It's a properties, variables, anything we can say. So my component one. So So let me give what? Employee ID is equal to 1001. So employee ID will be considered as a property variable. We can say employee name is equal to Praveen. So this is my two property, or we can call it as variable. Can I give employee colon number? Can I give employee name is equal to string?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Come on, you just
Yes, ma'am.
recollect the TypeScript syntax.
Yes, ma'am.
So these two properties can be bind on my HTML. Employee ID, employee name. So this is just a message. So you can use, so what is this? Curly braces, double curly braces followed with your property name. So and my property name is what? You have to use the same spelling. EMP ID, EMP name. Don't get confused. This is just to display. Employee name, EMP name. Whether it is correct. Check with the spelling. See this employee ID. This is just a display message. Whereas the syntax which I have used, double curly braces, is called as data interpolation. You have to use this and you have to refer the property. So this is called as binding. Now we have binded our HTML with your TypeScript component with your HTML. So what will happen? You can check on your browser. So my component inside newly created component employee ID is 1001 and employee name is Praveen. Shall I continue?
Yes, ma'am.
Do I
Ma'am,
want
can
to
you go back?
specify colon number? Is it mandatory? What will happen even though if I don't mention colon number also, by default dynamic binding also will happen. So TypeScript, you can specify the type or you can leave the type as optional. So, okay, let's get into theory and more on property binding. So I declared two property, employee ID and employee name, and I have displayed on my template using interpolation. Use the symbol properly. Name will change when the data, okay. So let me have my browser and let me have my, so see here. So what they are trying to say is when the value gets changed, instead of Praveen, if I give Ayush, what will happen? When I give save, can you find the change?
Yes, ma'am.
I have,
Yes, ma'am.
value gets changed automatically. Just you need to save. So name will be changed when the data in the component gets changed. Dynamic string values. So we have incorporated the dynamic values in HTML template. As of now, we did only one-way binding. What is this one-way binding? From where the data has been passed to where?
From component browser HTML.
From TypeScript to HTML. That's all. So I just passed my value. One-way binding alone happened. After some time, let's discuss on two-way binding too. So one-way data binding. As of now, I have not used explicit model file. We will use. What is model? Do we come across on technical term model?
Yes, ma'am. The model
As
class in which we just declare the variables.
variable, same. As of now, we didn't touch on model. We will use in another few minutes. So you will be placing all your data format in your model class. Yeah, you can use class. You can use interface or you can use model class. So interface will not have constructor, and in class you can have constructor and other methods also. And you can define a default template. So both the thing will be merged in your TypeScript file and you can give it to your HTML view. So whereas in your two-way binding, so we will have an HTML template and that it will be viewed, compiled. So in my browser, so view indicates customer view on the browser. So when the template, HTML template is compiled, we will be launching view on the browser. So updates the model when I specify two employee form detail. I specified employee ID and employee name in text box. So when the user is entering employee ID, employee name from view, the model gets updated when the view gets changed. Whenever I am using any persistence, the same thing gets reflected in my same view also. As of now, we are doing one-way data binding. In two-way data binding, whatever the data I'm giving in view via model, and again I'm displaying the same in my view. Continuously watch for an update. We'll go one by one. So two-way binding, it combines. So yes, of course, it is a combination of property binding and event binding. In view, I should get employee ID and employee name. I should give click or submit. So when the button clicks, so property also needs to be binded from here. Event also bind from here to here. All right, let's get into more on binding. So you can do binding via text interpolation. In Angular, template is a chunk of HTML. Within a template, you can use a special syntax to leverage many of Angular feature. This interpolation is an introduction. Many more we will use. So text interpolation allows you to incorporate dynamic string to HTML. So whatever the changes you are making, automatically the changes will be reflected on your view page. So whenever if you want to embed any expression on your HTML as a text, you can use the concept of interpolation. You will be using double curly braces, and inside that you will place a unique limiters. And there is one more example, image, image URL. So listen, I have an image. So let me take image 1, copy. Today I created July 19 demo app, where you will place all your resources. Under source, you will find something called as, guys, let me interpolate an image URL also. For that, I am adding an image. So under source asserts, you can place directly or create a folder. I'm just creating a folder as images. Inside image, let me place one image, image1.jpg. Let us do interpretation for image URL. Under assert images, you will find image1.jpg. Go to your, so give a unique, what is that, property name. So let me give us img1. So it is located in the nearby folder. So use /. So always prefer // rather than double // asserts My spelling is correct. ASSETS images / image1.jpg. Whether this line is clear? We are locating an URL of image with the property img1 or img URL1, any name. Can we interpolate this URL? Are you with me, guys? Shall I continue?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So inside, let me break, let me come outside. img src is equal to, do I want to specify? Instead of static path, hard-coded value, what you can give? What did I?
Image URL.
img1.
It was only image1.
No, I modified. So just for your understanding, I modified as img URL1.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
To give any name. So just to differentiate image tag. So property binding in Angular helps you to set the value for property of HTML elements and directive. So this is interpolation using double curly braces. The next is square bracket, property binding. So with property binding, you can do things such as toggle button functionality, set path programmatically, and share values between components. So I can also use square bracket. I can also use interpolation. The difference is I can use property binding to control the functionality of any toggle button kind of a thing, setting the path programmatically and share the values between components. Please look into the code. So one way is I can give image URL1, I can give the path. In my HTML, I can use double square bracket. Likewise, what we can give? What is the difference between 6th line and 7th line? I'll confirm to you output. Can you see you are getting two image? Why? The first is via interpolation. The second is via
Property binding.
Property binding. Look into the syntax. This is also valid. This is also valid. Here I'm going to give the property. So this for source property, I'm going to give this value. And this value I'm going to retrieve from my TypeScript component file. One second. Shall we try this employee ID and employee name retrieval using a property binding?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me the syntax. What I can use? Okay, let me use input type is equal to text. what would be the output?
Image employee ID.
Employee ID.
So we will be getting a text box. Inside text box, value. So we have a property value, a value attribute for a text box. So this value will take the property from your TypeScript file, and the property name is employee ID. Save your file. Can you see I'm getting a text box, and the text box is loaded with the value employee ID. So this value attribute is going to retrieve the data from my TypeScript file. Both are valid. This is also valid. This is also valid. All right. So please look into this example. The first one is image URL. The other one is unchanged. So I have added a property called as is unchanged, and the value has been set as true. The thing is, true has been passed from my component to my template, where if you look into it, there is a button, and the button text is disabled. So by default, whenever you have a button, button will be enabled. But explicitly, we are calling the attribute disabled. And for disabled, what value has been set?
True.
What value? True has been set.
True,
So
yes.
disabled will be true. So the button will be disabled automatically. So we do the same. So by default, if I have a button, let's assume we have a button. Button, okay, let it be submit form. So by default, if I have a button, the button will be enabled, and button property is by default enabled. So what I'm gonna to do? So I'm gonna to add an attribute disabled. For disabled, value is gonna to retrieved from my TypeScript. So I can give any name. Disable. Okay. What I can give is disabled is equal to true. What will happen? So this property is disabled has been added to my attribute. So this value has been binded to my property. Did I make any spelling mistake? This is also optional. Is disabled does not exist. Any spelling mistake? Where I added that property, my component one. It should get disabled. Boolean is optional. Can you see the change? By
Button
default, the disabled property has been activated. This is just a property name. And for this property, by default, if Boolean is optional, if you keep Boolean also, it will take to the appropriate type. So by default, so I am making it true or false. Based on that, my button will be disabled and enabled. We are activating this property. And the classes part we will discuss. After introducing model, I will take you on NG class and model. So all of you, please pay attention. Create an Angular application that contains hero component to display list of heroes. So let us use an array. Shall we use array and display the data? They want to display heroes, list of heroes. We will use any other. Requesting all of you to pay attention. So we have done a property binding for single variable. Can we do the same for array?
Yes, ma'am.
Shall I? Instead of list of heroes, shall we display all the employee details? Guys, are you with me? Shall we continue? By using the same concept, property binding and interpolation, let's display list of heroes. We can use arrays, array of objects. Okay. Please pay attention. Let me give employee details. I'm not gonna, as of now, I have not defined any other type. So let it be any type, but it's an array holding array of values. Please pay attention. So let me, will it be work? Okay. So let me create a property employee details. It's a user defined type. I need a class. As of now, I have not created a model class. So I'm taking a type as any. It is not holding one value. It is going to hold array of values. So let it be array type. And or can I use student details? Okay, let me use student details. So student roll number, student name. Let me give student mark. Can you recollect the syntax of object type? Colon. Can you recollect?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So let me add some 3 students. So let me add some 5 students. Is that okay? Shall we do a property binding of this array?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So listen carefully. My array name is student details. So what I need to do? Do I want to have 4 different div component, and do we want to display all? So in order to traverse with all the values in an array, we will use
For
each loops. So how can I, I can display the data in the form of table, or I can display the data in the form of list. I don't want to create 4 lists because I don't know, later dynamically I may pull any number of data. So I need to traverse. So in order to traverse all the values in array, we know programmability, but the same thing you want to do it in HTML. So in Angular, so in order to traverse n number of array values, so we have ng for So ng for of, see, these are all comes under the category directive. As of now, we will use directive. More theory on directive we will discuss on tomorrow. So tomorrow we will be introduced more on directives. So predefined directives readily available. In Angular, we have a predefined directive called as ng for of. By default, you are using in a short form of asterisk ng for. So if I want to, if I want to iterate n number of values, it can be an array value or it can be any type of user-defined value. And in order to display it on my HTML, we will use star ng for. And the remaining syntax will be same. We will use ng if also. Ng if else we will use, whereas all falls under the category structural directives. So we have ng for of. We will be shorthandly, we will implement with asterisk notation. This is the syntax. If I want to be displayed in list, tag li asterisk ng for let variable. I'm creating an item of from traversing with items. You can fetch via each and every item one by one. In order to render each iteration, we will use a directive called as ng for of. So let us use, here I want to traverse with an array student details. So I'm doing it. Please come along with me. I will display after my button. So let me display the data in the form of unordered list. So list. So please refer the syntax. So if I want to traverse all the item, you will use asterisk ng for. So asterisk ng for. Ng small letter for FO or caps. Let x in, I'm sorry, not in, of. What is my array name?
Student details.
Student details. So you need to use student details. You need to traverse, iterate student details. So every time when you are iterating, each detail will be stored in X, and whatever the functionality you want to do, you can do it. So now all the details are stored in X. Either I can use property binding or I can use what? What is this symbol?
Interpolation.
Directive.
Okay, what did I give? Roll number. Use the same key name. I gave roll number, S name, S mark. X dot S name, and I can give S dot S mark. Or can I give a span tag just to differentiate? Okay, you give. Just to differentiate, you can give any tag. So I just want this to be as a separate block. And you can style, by the way. Save, go to your browser. No error. I'll save. No mistake in my code. Save all. By the way, whenever you are making changes, save all. See, no error. It's working, but ensure that both HTML and TypeScript. So can you see? This is also property. I have done one-way binding. So from my TypeScript, instead of one single variable, we pulled an array value and we used for ng for directive. and we traverse with all the values. This happens when I display in the form of table. Let's see. This is our optional if you want to display. You align whatever you want. All right. So take time, analyze the code. Once if you are clear, let's move next. And alignment, can I embed any number of HTML tag in my with my property binding code? Can I embed list? Can I embed table, table row, table data? Ensure that your syntax part is fine. Your TypeScript syntax, you are handling it properly. So traverse with all the details of your array and you can print the detail. Guys, this demo is clear. Shall we continue? We are just displaying the list of student details. Or you want to give a try?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's 12:26. I'll give you 20 minutes time. 12:45, I'll take model class. So step number 1, you create a component. Under app folder, you create meaningful component name. You start with simple interpolation. Then you try image. Then you can try some property binding. Both interpolation and property you can try parallelly. And finally end up with this array value. I will not share the code. I want you to practice the code. So I will display. I will not stop my screen share. You give whatever the array detail you want. You give employee detail, you give movie names, whatever you want. And just do interpolation and property binding. Try the same. I will convert same set of data using property binding also.
Ma'am, I have one doubt. Is there any specific condition when to use interpolation or when to use property binding?
Slowly you will be familiar now. Whenever if you want to display the data alone, you will use. Whenever if you want to go for any property checking, there you will use the square bracket. That's what after 4 or 5 demos, your hand will automatically type. Okay. You go for this double curly braces for value retrieval.
Ma'am, can't recollect the component creation. Can you please tell again?
How to create a component?
Yes.
Simple, no. What is the command I said? Even I have gone with the shortcut. ng, gc and your component name. And don't forget the component selector needs to be added in your app root. Do the same. Whatever I tried, you try the same. Inside root component, you add your component and you do all those.
Ma'am, mine is not working. The component not showing, ma'am. The
Share your
HTML code.
screen.
Yes.
You generate it under source folder, source app folder. You don't add app component, you remove as of now. Even it didn't work for me. I will add in a module and I'll try. You as of now you add here. No, not here. In your app component.
Ma'am, but it shows this here now, and this component works. Should be.
Wait. Go to index.html. You remove app component 1, delete 12th line or cut 12th line. Now go to app component.html.
Yes, and here it's working.
You add here. You proceed with the remaining.
Okay.
Now you try the remaining. Anywhere anyone got struck, immediately call me and share your screen. This is just an introduction. Lot more are there. I will not share any of the code since it is a small code and I want you to familiar with these syntax. So try by yourself. Don't take much time, take 15-20 minutes time, lot more are there.
Ma'am, getting error in component creation.
Share your screen.
Just a second. So I'll have to create it under the SRC, right?
App folder.
App folder.
Oh. NGGC, you give any component name. You give component 1. It will create.
I was creating under SRC folder. That's right.
Please, guys, when you are generating, you keep your prompting to your source app folder.
Okay.
Anywhere you got struck, you didn't get output. Immediately share your screen.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, tell me.
Can I share? I have created this I have to do here, no? I'm not able to.
Now you open a new terminal.
Okay.
We have an option of opening many PowerShell. No. You locate your source folder, CD. You give CD space. You give tab, what are all the files and folders you are getting. It's already there in my demo.
Can I do this?
I didn't get you, Swapnil.
I
I want to know what is your project name.
press tab.
Wait. See. Okay, my demo, you have one more my demo. Okay. So your my demo is a folder. Inside you have my demo is your project name.
Yes, ma'am.
Inside you have to use CD command and you need to fix your SRC folder.
Okay.
Again in SRC folder, you place your app. Now you give ng gc, you give your component name. Don't confuse with the folder name and the project name.
Creating the first component, what was the second step?
God, so Apnil, why you created with the name my project? How can you give your component name with my project? Don't use my project. You create some other component.
Okay.
Then you will be land up with confusion. I'm on seeing the folder and project itself. I got confused. See here, my demo one and my demo one. Can't you give proper name? Can't you give a project name meaningful? This is for everyone. I'm telling. You can give based on day wise. July 19 demo 1 project, demo 2 project. But don't give component name as my project. You give my component 1. Don't give my component also. You give my component 1.
Okay.
Right.
Can I share my screen?
Yeah, share. Anyone facing problem, raise your hand so that me and Hasib sir will handle practically.
I'm getting this error, ma'am.
1 second, Richa. Hasib, you there? Where is your Hasib sir?
Yes, Sangeeta, I am here only.
You can take some 2 or 3 to breakout room.
Okay.
I'm sending them.
Okay.
Okay, Adesh to room 4. Others can stay here. Adesh and Ayush, I'm sending to room 4. Others, you say. Surmani too, I'm sending. Others, I can help you. Who's this? Richa, go to your Visual Studio Code.
Yes, ma'am.
Minimize. I want to see your Visual Studio Code.
Yes, ma'am. This component name as
No,
my
I can't see. Wait. So you created my component 1. You cannot control your machine. Accept it.
Yes, ma'am.
Go to my component 1.component.ts file. So I cannot control your machine. So I'm giving an instruction. You follow the instruction. Can you open my component.ts file? The second one, blue color. Here the name is app-my-comp1. Copy this selector name.
Yes, ma'am.
Even though you created my comp1, it has been created as my because you are of case. Have you copied?
Yes, ma'am.
Now go to your app component HTML. You cannot give app hyphen my component one, Richa. So you have to give the selector name. You delete second line. Got it? Got
Yes,
the
ma'am.
difference? Machine has been automatically taking my and comp as a separate word because of capital letter. You give open tag, paste it, close,
Ma'am,
save, and check
Ma'am?
in the browser.
we can write this second line in this index.html.
Not in HTML, in your app component.
Yes, ma'am. Now it's working.
Try the other.
Okay.
Priya, Vivek, Priya, share your screen. Careful, you don't need to copy as such you want. You copy the selector block. You give CD space app. I told you, no, inside app folder. Give a meaningful project name. One or other day you will get confused. Demo 2 Angular is a folder and demo 2 is a project. Now you give the command nggc npx nggc my comp1. Proceed, Priya. Vivek Sharma, your doubt got resolved.
Yes, ma'am.
Harshad, share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, where do I need to put the app
Inside app only.
app component, ma'am?
You copy the selector app hyphen movie hyphen comp. I've been telling about selector from morning. You are searching.
Sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Go to app component.html. You delete this entire coding. You give some message. H1 tag, H2 tag you use.
Okay.
Next line, you give open tag, paste it.
Oh.
Close. Now go to movie component.html. Okay,
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
something is there. You save. Okay, you go to browser and check the output. Who's working? Movie comp work. Welcome to first component.
Okay.
No. It's incorrect. You have you launched your Angular application? No.
Sorry, ma'am.
All of you, please launch your Angular application. Harshit, what happened to you?
Sorry.
Have you attended yesterday's session? Day by day,
Yes,
why
yes,
are you doing?
Ma'am,
What is the command to launch your Angular application? Even sir, so demonstrated. You give the command. What is the command?
Yes.
What is the command to launch the application?
ng serve open.
ng serve double hyphen open. You type. Give enter. Don't open HTML in your browser.
Ma'am, try with NPX, right?
Hmm. Don't close your browser. Make a note of that URL. You will be running through that. I've been telling you, you are listening or not?
Yes, ma'am.
If you are listening, why you launched HTML directly to browser? You got the output?
Okay, ma'am.
You should not close. By the
Okay,
way, the other port number has been reserved for some other application, so it is taking this one.
This one, yes,
Whatever
ma'am.
the changes you are
Fine, ma'am.
making to this application, it will be reflected on here.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see inside app component? These two lines are movie component.
Yes, ma'am.
Movie component is added in app component. App is added in HTML page.
HTML page. Okay, ma'am.
Continue.
Ma'am, shall I stop sharing?
Hmm.
Definitely.
Ma'am, while making component, it won't take hyphen as a rename, ma'am. Like I was trying like giving component -1.
You try. Even when you give a capitalized word, it will take the other word and the capital word as a separate, and it will add hyphen.
But it was showing error for me actually. So
Then
I have
don't
to
give.
give like, yeah.
You
I
give one
didn't give any.
meaningful word. Hmm. Sharing my screen. Okay, shall we continue? It's done.
Yes, ma'am.
What about those people are in breakout room?
Ma'am,
Yeah, tell me.
ma'am, can you just show the syntax for ng4? Okay, ma'am.
Property binding done. Property binding and interpolation. Arshat, Jayashree, Jitesh.
Yes, ma'am.
Sanjay, can you share your screen and show me your work? Quickly, those who are calling, I want to see your work. Starting from Sanjay, then Vivek Sharma, then Rusikesh.
Ma'am, I'm not able to. Ma'am,
No.
it is.
No. You go to your my component dot ts file, not HTML. TS app hyphen my component one. Go to its HTML. Okay. Go to your app component dot HTML. It's not working. Save all.
My terminal is not working.
Okay,
so I'm
no
doing
problem.
from here.
We'll do. No problem. I said save all. Go to file menu. Save all. Check in your browser. It's working. Wait,
that
Sanjay.
time
I don't know magic and all. Say, okay, if the code is correct, it will work. What I want you to do is in your app component, nothing to do. Go to your my component. Here you give student name is equal to Sanjay. Same thing you can retrieve. Name of student is how you can
interpolation.
retrieve. If you go to your browser, you will be finding student name is Sanjay. The symbol which we used to retrieve student name property, this symbol is called as?
Interpolation.
So try for image, try for array. Vivek, share your screen. Okay, Rishikesh, make a note of everything. Make a note of everything in your notebook.
Yes, ma'am. I did yesterday's demo. I will send you when I Here is ma'am.
Yeah, go to HTML, employee ID. Continue. Vivek Kumar. What happened to Richa? Priya, Richa.
Ma'am?
It's working?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen for your reference. Take a snap of it. I will not share any of the code till the end of the day.
And can I share if you want to see my code, ma'am?
Not required. If it is working, fine, dear. Continue.
Okay. I'm created table also, ma'am.
Ma'am, for array, we have to declare generics also, ma'am.
Not required.
But it shows error.
Give
When
me a
provide
screen.
generics,
Then you might miss some syntax. You have added some additional syntax.
I'm here. It's with after generics, it's so error not shows, but without this error shows.
No, I didn't get you. Where is the problem? I cannot see error. I cannot see your browser. Oh, here.
Yes, ma'am.
No, use square bracket alone. Array colon square bracket. No, ARR colon number square bracket. Try to fetch
Okay.
this number. Data type and array syntax to indicate
Okay.
it's not a variable. I'm going to breakout room to pull those people.
Ma'am, I'm facing error.
Share. Where is the error? I want to see the error. Did you stop your server?
No, ma'am.
Okay, go to your code. I want to see the black screen where you have triggered. Here is the problem. Component 1, component, some mistake. Don't rename just like that. Okay, you go to your code. I want to see your component name. Component 1. Go to your app component.ts. You no need to go to CSS spec and all as of now. Yeah, click the file. Here it is app component and here it is. Did you modify the class here?
Yes, ma'am.
Why you did that? We will be creating a class separately. Okay, it is an existing class. Can you see here? It's a class block. Along with that, I'm adding the decorator. You can't change app component to song. Might be component 1, right?
Because component something, component 1, component something like that.
It is component. See, this is a confusion. You read with capitalized word or small. Why it is app component 1 here? It should be app component only. God, why are you making classes changes? See, I could not able to locate.
Ma'am, should we start over so that my doubts will be clear too?
App hyphen component. Let's try once else, do everything. I didn't change any of the class. Even I am about to create class. Hyphen component. App hyphen component. In app component, you have app component. At least this should work, no? You want to see a black screen. Problem with your artist and all. Here you have x.artist. In song list, you have
Yes,
S artist.
Okay.
Compiled successfully, you will get the output, but so your app component needs to call your component 1. So you need to use selector name. You check the syntax. See some problem with your syntax.
Okay, that's fine. I'll fix that.
No problem, will go slow. Still you are facing error. You could not able to do this property binding. Please let me know.
Hello, ma'am. I'm also getting error.
Share.
getting this error.
So it clearly shows that in your app comp. Okay, let me see one by one. Student details. Where is student details? You mistakenly, these code should be there in your my component one. You are typing inside your actual app component.
Okay.
So Nil, you got it.
Yes, yes.
Don't do anything in your app component. Just add the tag and add your respective component. According to me, your coding should be there inside your component one, because in component one TypeScript only you have a definition for student details.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't get confused. This is an HTML file. The symbol indicates and this blue color TS indicates file.
Yeah.
These are all linked and these two are linked.
Okay, ma'am.
Again, it's an error. Student details. I think we need to save all. When you are making changes in multiple files, please save all. It's working.
Yes, ma'am.
So again, I'm repeating app component HTML and app component.ts. It's your main component. There we are calling the other component. Let's say comp1, comp2, comp3. Comp1 HTML and comp1 TS files are linked.
Ma'am, can you please share the screen for the interpolation in the list? Because I think I'm missing something.
I'll copy paste my.
No, the HTML.
No, I'm copying. I'll make both the things parallel, visible parallel.
দাও নিয়ে যাচ্ছি।
Ma'am,
Yes.
ma'am, I'm still facing a problem with property binding.
Problem?
Yes, ma'am, property binding.
Share.
Ma'am, suppose I want to display the same with property binding. What do I have to do right here?
You can use label. You can use any HTML control. And you can use the respective view property and you can bind.
Okay.
You give small line number 13.
Yes.
You give small tag. We used to know one small tag just to display the message on the screen.
Yes.
You can use tag small.
Yes, I have. And then?
You give value property. Value is there. Check. Wait, I will give you. Or you give inside. We'll try directly. What is that? X dot.
S name and S artist. Oh, that's X dot S artist.
S artist.
Yes.
Check in your browser.
Yes.
No, we are not getting. So we will use small. Okay.
Now it's fine.
It's artist 2, 3, 4 only, no?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
This is one way where we have multiple ways. So by using the respective HTML element, its attribute, you have to enclose the attribute within square bracket.
Okay.
That square bracket symbol. So text content is an attribute where I'm going to do a property binding on this property.
Okay.
Guys, so I hope here and there everybody have practiced till array. Still facing problem, error. Swapnil, share your screen. Why you raised hand?
No, ma'am, that was previous. Issue
Yes.
resolved.
Okay, then let's go on a lunch break. Ashmita, Harshit, Praveen, and Surmani.
Yes, ma'am, I'm back. Let's continue. So let us do one-way binding. Have you noticed what is there in this flash? So some data, list 2 of heroes, some data has been entered in the text box. When you click add, so click is an event. When the event get triggers, whatever the data we entered on the text box to be displayed. Capture data from user view, event binding. Event binding allows us to listen and respond to the user action. Key press, mouse movement, button click, tap, touch event. To bind to an event, Angular event binding syntax is used. Square bracket indicates property binding. You remember some time back we used square bracket. So what is this? So technically we call this as
Property binding.
Property binding. So whereas for event binding, we will use square parenthesis. So to bind an event, Angular event binding syntax is used. Syntax consists of target event name within parenthesis. So what is an event you are going to perform? Target event name. Here I'm going to perform click event, on change event, on click event, on select event. So button of whatever the target event name should be enclosed within parenthesis. Equal to right hand side is your what would be on save?
Function.
Function. So syntax in double quotes. So double quotes you have to place whenever if you are performing this target event. When the event listener listens to the button click event, it comes to the components on save method. It go to the corresponding on save method whenever a click event is happening. Apart from that, in order to capture the data from user view. So if you noticed in this flash, so I am performing data entry, click event. After that, the data getting viewed on my page. So it can be a persistent data or it can be an array data, can be fetched and it can be displayed whenever the user making changes. Whenever the user making changes, it will be reflected on the user view with the help of ng model. To use ng model, you need to use form module. So how we are using form tag? Likewise, in order to use ng model in your app module.ts, you need to import form module, and in the respective declaration, you need to use form modules. After that, look into the syntax. We will be adding square bracket, which indicates property binding. Square parenthesis indicates event binding. So both we are going to bind. To an HTML form element,
It can be any text box, check box, or select button, whatever. And we will be equal to the property. So this NG model syntax can only be set to data bound property. Whichever the control is able to handle the data, those alone we will be mapping this NG model property. So for example, label. So label is a form of output display message control. So how we used small tag, small amount of information. So likewise, we have label. So this label is for the followed input control. And here I'm going to specify an NG model. So input NG model equal to current item dot name. So whatever the data I'm going to specify, the data will be passed from my template to my TypeScript file by this NG model name. So current item dot name. So in order to use NG model in your app module.ts, you need to import form module from Angular forms, and in your import, you need to import your form module. I will be repeating the same when I place a demo. So let us complete a simple one-way binding, then we'll continue with two-way binding. So please pay attention. So we started with direct interpolation for employee details, and then array ng for, and I displayed student detail. So I'm going to use a model class for product details. Shall I continue? So let us create a model class for product, and then we will bind the same in our template. So employee detail, student detail will continue with product detail. So please pay attention. In order to handle data of different type, so please use a model class. Where you will create a model class? Guys, are you with me? Still, I'm gonna continue one-way binding only. So where you will create a model class?
In app, ma'am.
In app folder, inside source app. So you create a new file. And here I'm gonna to bind my product detail. So I'm giving my class name as product.ts. So use a keyword export. So this class can be imported in my files. So export class, you can give product. So you define whatever the property you want to set for product. So product consists of product ID of number type and product name, string, product price in number. Is that clear?
Yes.
So when you are using class, whenever if you are declaring a variable, what is mandatory? On seeing the error, what it is missing?
Initializer.
Constructor.
Yeah, initialization is missing. Either you can make interface so that you no need to have initialization, or you can define a constructor and you can initialize the same. Both you can do. All right. I'm not going to use JSON as of now. So JSON, why we want to use JSON? As of now, I'm not
To store the data.
So as of now, product ID, product name, product price, I'm not going to store permanently. So I'm not going to use JSON as of now. It will come after many topics. So just in order to handle all the data, so I am using some mock detail. Okay, listen. So under app, I created product type, product interface or a class. So and then in order to have some sample data, so I am using mock data. So mock dot product dot ts. Nothing but it holds some details. Listen carefully. So use export. Product details. Listen carefully. I'll complete. So product details belongs to the type. I'm going to define some random product details inside my mock file. All my product details belongs to the type. See, relate with programming. See, whatever I handled some time back, employee ID belongs to number, employee name belongs to string, all are predefined type. Whatever the data, I'm gonna to store it in my product mock. All the data belongs to product, user defined type. So in order to, so and it is an array. So it is an array and product mock dot product is a separate file. In here, I want to use product. If I want to use some other class, some other file class inside your another class, we will use the concept of or you will find a quick fix. Let's see. So product, it cannot able to access class type or any functionality in different files. So by default, everything is secure to that respective class. So I am defining a product detail array belongs to the type product, but your machine could not able to identify product. Okay, let me fix it as constant. What I need to do? So how we have IntelliSense. So likewise, here we have something called as quick fix. So if you click quick fix, it will show all the hint. So only one hint available is, what is a hint available?
Import.
Add import.
So I am going to import product class product with the help of name product. All right. So product detail consists of product ID, product name, and product price. So let me use product ID 701. Product name. Let me give Dell laptop. Product price. Why it is throwing error?
And square.
It's an array, square bracket.
Correct. Okay, let me give some 3 or 4 product. So later we will use JSON in the place of mock data. So is that clear? 2 different files. Product. You can use class also, but initialize with some fixed value, 0 or null. Inside constructor, if you define an interface, constructor is not required. It's a user defined type. I'm going to store some temporary data. So if you want to refer any other type, any other external file, you need to import that file. So shall I use product details in my TypeScript file, my component? Are you with me? Shall I continue?
Can I
Yes, ma'am.
use product details directly in my TypeScript? No, I have to declare a variable. So let's let me give a variable name as product1 is equal to product details. So will I able to access product details directly? If I want to access product detail, so what we need to do?
Import the class.
Import. The respective functionalities can be accessed from one file to another file in TypeScript by importing. So import product details from mock product class so that you can assign that array to your product1 variable. So in your HTML, you will bind to where? So wherever you want, you can bind by using the name product1. Shall we? I'm done. Shall we bind product1 in our HTML?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
leaving to you. You can use whatever you want. So let me copy the same. So after product details, instead of X of student detail, you give what is a variable name I used here? Product. And it's not roll number, it is product ID. Here it is product name. And the last one is price.
Right.
Save all. Check in your output. Student details followed with product details. So as of now, we are dealing only with one-way binding. Still, I have not started with two-way binding. So I have introduced import. So importing functionality of one file in another file by import. You cannot use product detail directly in HTML. You have to create a temporary variable and memory will be shared. Product details memory will be shared by product1. It's an array type. So shall we get into two-way binding? So make a note of it. After two-way binding, I'll give you some time. Please start with your model class. So why model class? I have to collect the data of different type. So as of now, you use some mock data. Later we will use JSON. As of now, you use only mock data. And that data you can retrieve by importing and referring to that. And same thing you can bind on your HTML. Is that clear? Shall we get into two-way binding?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
What is one-way binding?
Giving static values by our
TS
program.
to HTML.
So as of now, irrespective of it can be model. So as of now, we used model. We used model class. So and we have some mock data. So which has been merged and via your TypeScript, I'm placing the data. I'm rendering the data on your view, which falls under the category one-way binding. Whereas, so from my HTML template, from my user view, user interface view, if I collect the data and I've stored again, the same data is retrieving back to my view, which is called as two-way binding. So in order to achieve two-way binding, we will use ng module. All right, let's get into the topic. So two-way binding combines both property binding and event binding. So property binding is used to set element property. Event binding used to listen the event and it performs an appropriate event. Angular two-way binding is a combination of you have to use both square bracket and parenthesis. So this symbol indicates both property binding and event binding. So if you take size, just a sample. So here I'm going to use size. Whenever I'm making the change in size, as well as the size will be appended with font size pixel. So let us complete two-way binding. Then I'll introduce
output and input. All right. Yeah. So please look into this slide. We started concept with interpolation. Then we went on to one-way binding. So even you can handle event. So the last topic is about model. Okay. So before NG model, let us have an even handling. Shall I?
Yes, ma'am.
So can we use a button for even handling? So please pay attention. Where is my output? Okay, before employee details, let me keep a button. So please pay attention. So let me place a button and my event is click event. Whenever I click an event, it has to go to function 1. For example, login button. So please pay attention. So whenever we are performing an event should be enclosed within square parenthesis. So function 1 will be an error because I don't have a function. Read the error. Property function 1 does not exist on the type my component. And by the way, there is no quick fix. Only we need to fix. All right. Please come along with me. So inside your class, what we can do?
You need to create a
That should
function.
be function 1, no parameter, nothing. And even this is optional. And the return type of function is void. Even function. Function is also optional here. So let me give some button 1 clicked. So let me give alert just to show you. Login button clicked. So whenever we perform a button click, the corresponding event handler is happening with the respective method. So we started with interpolation, followed with one-way binding, event binding. Shall we get into two-way binding? With this topic gets over. Shall I continue here? Guys.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
See, it will be vague. Many things are new to you. Please pay attention. Right. We cut and I will place before product details. So let me create a separate block div. Let me have one button to add product detail. Add product. So let me create a label, product ID, and type is equal to, you can give, okay, I'm giving number, very important. ID is equal to, it holds product ID. What is that? What did I give here? PID. Okay, let me give the same product ID. What is placeholder? What is this placeholder attribute?
Watermark.
So some
Watermark.
watermark text.
Product ID showing this in box.
So let me have product ID, product name, product price, whereas price and ID remains number. Product name is text. Product name, product price. Right. So I want to enter product ID, product name, product price. Whenever I click add product, so what should happen? A new product should be added on this list. So let's continue. Okay. So time being, I'm removing this alert because I'm going to modify this function to fetch the details of a product, and I want to display the same on my same template view. So tell me, what is the procedure? What we need to do here? Or for better understanding, instead of interface, let me change it as class so that you will feel. Okay, I made a minor mistake. Can you identify what is a mistake on this code?
Constructor parameters.
Okay, I'm not gonna to pass every time to constructor. See, the error is still the property has no initialized with the value. What is missing?
We have to do this step. Initialize with the parameters.
So every time either you can create a parameterized constructor and you can initialize, or whatever I am initializing it directly, it will go and store out my property name. So listen, I have a class, I modified class, and class is holding 3 properties, and I'm having a constructor. Every time constructor initialize with some default value. So now you can relate. Whenever I entered a value on my text field, when I give initialization, wait, I made this as a class now, so I need to make the changes. I made a product class. I made a mock product. Here also it belongs to the type array. 1 second.
Ma'am, concept.
Why product 1 is showing an error?
Ma'am, maybe it is because of constant.
Product details. Working, save all. All right. So after making those few changes, hope you can relate what we need to do. So whenever I enter product ID, product name and product price, when I click add button, what we need to do?
You have to add it in the table.
You need to add in a table. Before that, you need to store all the data in your product class object. So via that object, again, you need to retrieve and you need to display on a table. This is product price. And whatever the data I'm entering on my text field, automatically these data needs to be sent to my server where I have to automatically convert to the appropriate type and value needs to be initialized and the same data needs to be pulled back. All right. So let me make the changes. Maybe syntax are new to you. So step number 1, whenever I'm entering product ID, product name, product price, all these data I need to capture as a product object. So what we need to do here?
Document.getElement by ID.
No, don't use that. I have not introduced DOM at all. Think in OOPS point of view and whatever the topics we covered.
Create the object of product.
So we need to create an object for product, step number 1. So what is the syntax? So object name equal
new
to
product.
New product. So, and for this new product, whenever if you are creating an object, so this object will also take the property. What are all the property? It will take product ID, product name, product price. Automatically for the new object which I am creating, my values needs to bind. So in order to do that, we are using NG model. So listen, I'll go back to the slide again. Input, can you see both? Whenever the user is entering the data, event binding as well as to the object which I'm creating with respective property, I have to map the input to that. So in order to enable that, so capture the data from user view and same thing I'm going to pass it. So that can be enabled with the help of NG model. So whatever the data I am entering on my HTML. So what is the data which is input type is equal to number, product ID, product name, product price. Here I want to automatically bind. How we can able to bind? Tell me the syntax. You have to use square bracket, square parenthesis. So everything is a camel case word. NG model equal to, so to which object I want to bind? Come on, the object name which we created.
New product.
So new product dot product
ID.
That's all. Save all. Every time, whenever if you are making changes, new product. Now go back to your HTML.
Home minister I say.
What is an what is a so before adding ng model, what we need to do it in our app module.ts. This also we discussed. It's throwing an error. Cannot bind ng model since it is not known property for input.
What's ng model?
Again, we discussed the same in slide.
Import.
In your
Import.
app module.ts, you need to import form modules. Go to app module.ts. So import. It's done. Can you see? So ng model can be imported by using form module in your app module.ts. Else you will get this error. Fine, let me continue the same for my product name and product price. So whenever the user is entering the data, it automatically binds to here. All right. So whatever the data I'm entering, everything will be captured to new product. So what is the next step? I'll show you the output. So for example, when I entered 706, so followed with this is mobile 25,000. When I click add product, what is the next step? These data are stored in your new product object. That new product object needs to be added as
The product table.
yes. So I have all my data in my new product, and when it has to add, whenever I'm doing a button click event, and it should need, it needs to happen in your event. Do I have event? Yes. So let me go with an order. So it works. 1 second. So product to 1 dot push of new product. Will it works? I'll confirm this. Give me 1 minute time. It will work. So let me give 801. Let me give HP tag 25,000. When I give add, can you see the changes on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
So I am gonna to retrieve the data on my view template, and I'm gonna to display on my view itself. So this is called as two-way binding. In order to do two-way binding, we don't need to take, we don't have any complex step. Simply we need to use form module, which is ng model. So appropriate data, which I'm entering on the text box, so will be added to my object via ng model. So later you can add that to your, so here it is an array. So I am using product 1 array to display all the values. These 5 values are fetched from my mock data. And the last one is from, so let me give Samsung laptop, 66,000. The last two datas are entered. I think I may. I know there is a small mistake in my code. So you can guess, because we have traveled with powerful OOPS language. What is a mistake I made when I give 801, 802, 803? When I give 804, all the data has been updated with 80, let's assume 805. If I give 805, all the data has been updated with 805.
Because of the we are using variable, we are not storing the data.
So what is the thing we can do is we can clear the memory. Instead of every time my new product is taking the data which I entered on my HTML control. Instead, what we can do after pushing the data, after pushing the new data to my product one array, what I need to do? I need to clear the memory. I think now it works. I'll check. Have you understood line number 26 and 27?
Yes.
So line number 26, whatever the new product object, I am pushing it to my array product one. So that's all. This product one I'm used to inside my ng4 and I'm displaying all the detail. So after displaying the detail, I want to clear my memory. In order to clear my memory, you can reinitialize your object. I think it works. I'll give a try.
Ma'am, it will change, but it will not display every time.
Wait. So let me see, it is reinitializing. Let me give 802. I will give ASUS 55,000. It's working. What you are saying? Yeah, my data will not be permanently stored. When I refresh the page, what will happen? I will get only 701 to 705. This 801, 802 will be vanished because it is storing in a temporary. Data is not persisted. I have not permanently stored the data. That's what I told. For permanently storing the data, I'll be introducing JSON shortly.
But when the data is in the array, right?
That is why at the current instance, the data is there. It will be there till the time I refresh my page.
Okay. It will be the object will be reset, but the data will be there in the array, right?
Yes. We are initializing, we are making it as empty. It is not holding this 803 or 802. Whereas when I'm entering the new data, it will be holding that data. So getting the data from the user view and again displaying on the same user, two-way binding, but the data, it is sent it to your model class. We are creating an object. Via the object, we pushed into an array and the array is displayed on the screen. And again, we reinitialized. Nothing new. So everything has been happened with the help of ng model. Shall I continue with next or you want to give this a try?
We'll try, ma'am.
Make it fast. We have 2 more topics for today. So step number 1, after lunch, I discussed on 2 demos. One is just fetching the data from mock details. And those mock belongs to the type product. So you can define an interface or you can define a class and an array of the user defined type, and you can pull all the details by importing. And you can display the same on your view page. So we started with this later by using ng model. So form module, two-way binding happened. So don't take much time. So this is a hierarchy. Under a source app, if you want, you go for student detail or any other detail, movie detail. So again, I'm repeating. So whatever the data I'm entering on my form, HTML, so same has been captured with the product object.
Ma'am,
Yes.
ma'am, can I share my
Hmm.
ma'am? I'm getting this error when I want. I'm
I
adding
told
the.
no, use constructor and initialize with this keyword.
Ma'am,
Okay,
I'm
okay.
using.
Show me your product one. Go to component.ts file. I want to see product one. Where is product one?
Product one.
Scroll up.
Product details.
Have you imported the mock detail?
No, ma'am.
No, you need to import. It's already imported. You
Ma'am,
go
how
to
to
product.ts. Okay, here everything is correct. You go to mock product.ts. Go to both the class.
Ma'am, I
All
have
right.
imported.
Now you go to product.ts. You need to define a constructor, or better you change classes interface. All of you, either you need to define a constructor and initialize or create an interface. If you create an interface, you can't create object later. Richa,
Yes,
after
ma'am.
line number 5, you define constructor, the word constructor. Error is clear that you have not initialized. Will you create a constructor outside the class? You type constructor. Open, close. Inside body of constructor. What are you doing? You don't know how to define constructor. Okay, give this dot PID is equal to 0. You initialize with some values. Or like Java, you define both parameterized constructor and non-parameterized constructor equal to 0. So likewise, do it for all remaining 2. Whereas name should be a string. You give empty double quotes. Go to browser, you will get the output.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, meanwhile, I'll add one more concept. And then I'll explain you because it is taking a lot of time. So whenever I click, it should go to select by passing the parameter. Third product. With name which needs to be converted. Let's do the uppercase. And select take belongs to product. Select the product of any type. Select the product. Select the product. Equal to X. One more event I have handled. So I don't know how many of you noticed. So guys, I need another 5 minutes time. See, I have 5 product details. So whenever if I select any of the product detail, can you see some changes on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
So when I select first product, so I'm getting the detailed description. This type of view is not new to us. So in our e-commerce, whenever if you want to know much more details on it, so there will be a product small description. When you click that, it will give you a detailed description about the product, specification of product. Likewise, so as of now, so I am in a list. So inside a list, if I select any of the item, the respective item needs to be passed to respective method where I have triggered my event. So all of you please pay attention. So inside my list, so list ng for let x of product 1, whichever the list got clicked. So whenever I'm selecting any of the list, when I click any of the list item, it will go to the function on select and it will pass what? The respective object. If I select Samsung laptop, Samsung tab, the Samsung tab object. So all the product object we are fetching via X. I'm passing this X. Okay, shall I continue? Are you with me?
Yes,
In a list based on the selection event click. Whenever I select or click irrespective of any event. So it will be passed to on select method where I am passing the whichever got selected. So go to your TypeScript. On select is taking the respective product X. I'm capturing here also as an X. X belongs to the type product. So whichever the product I select, when I select HP laptop, which will be captured from your list, and we are passing to a method on select, and X, your HP laptop. According to me, HP laptop, I'm giving a name, but it will be considered as a whole object. I'm passing an object, I'm capturing that object belongs to the type product. Can you see? So this dot selected product, I created a variable selected product belongs to the type product. And there is a question mark. I'm giving this for your self-analyzing and understanding. So if I use question mark before variable, after my object. So this is also a variable, but this will be considered as an object type, product type. So why we want to use question mark? Find it out. So selected product question mark. So there is a meaning behind question mark. This selected product belongs to the type product class, colon product. I know what is this colon product. So this selected product, I am adding whichever the item got selected. It can be Dell laptop, it can be HP laptop, it can be Acer laptop. So this selected product is holding the respective object. Whenever the selected option gets enabled, see here, I created a separate block div. So this is for NG, like how we handled NG for. Likewise, in order to confirm the condition check, if selected product, if I have selected product, I'm gonna to take my selected product dot product name, I'm converting it to uppercase. This is called as chained action. So I'm taking product name, I'm converting it to uppercase. And then I'm displaying the selected product ID and name. Many more details also you can print. So when you execute, whenever if you select, before select, nothing will happen. Do we have any data in selected product? No. Only we are confirming selected product is true and we are holding the item. So once we hold an item, if condition gets true, I'm displaying product name by converting into uppercase, and then I'm displaying product ID and product name. This is also two-way binding. So try the same. I'm giving you 15 minutes time. Again, I'm telling I'll not share the code. Take a snap. Oh, wait, you can take a snap from here. Please include form module in your app module.ts. So my text box button is calling function 1. Based on the selection, I'm calling on select method by passing the respective object. And then I'm displaying the detail. You can take a snap of this. Or I will share you the snaps. I'm sharing all the snap to you. I'm not sharing the code so that you can try by yourself. Import forms module. Only if you have a property variable, you can able to access the same over there. Anyone facing problem, error? Quickly share your screen.
Ma'am,
Hmm.
ma'am, I need help with input forms.
Share.
Yes, ma'am. I have imported here, ma'am, but
You go to HTML first. Keep your mouse cursor on line number 3. I told you, form module needs to be go to for app module.ts.
app
Module.ts. I told you, here you need to import form modules.
okay, ma'am. I
Line
have
number
imported here.
Okay. You have inputted in incorrect place.
Yes, ma'am.
Import forms module. You type, you will get in IntelliSense. Forms module should be there after 16th line. After 16th line, you give comma. Guys, all of you do this when you are using NG model. You give comma. You give forms module. That's all. Save. Save all. Now go to your HTML. My component HTML. See, your error disappears.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am,
Hmm.
I'm getting error, ma'am.
Share that. Hmm. Where you are getting error?
Here I'm using the input type and I'm giving the button, click button, and then I'm here using the push command.
Where is NG model? Unexpected. No. Go to error. You will get an idea when you are reading an error message.
Yes.
Unexpected closing div tag. Some div tag close. In line number 32 and 40. Check it carefully. 32 line and 40 line. Forward my voice. But in order to pass the data, NG model is missing on your code.
And where I use this MG model. In which
HTML input. According to me, line number 24, 30, NG model is missing. You check my
yes,
code.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm getting.
Ma'am, can I share, ma'am?
Yeah, share.
Ma'am, I have put the path also, but then also it is showing error, ma'am.
Where is a student? So you can give one dot slash, no? Why it is throwing an error? Because it is located in same folder or different folder?
Same.
Okay, one.
In app folder it is, ma'am. It is in app folder.
No. Your component is located in my com.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
give double dot slash student semicolon. No, you give the control. Not required. Here, whether it shows error.
No, ma'am, but in browser it shows error.
Wait. So let me create select student student.
It is not
Because you,
exporting. Sangeeta, the
Ah.
class is not exporting.
you need export keyword.
Okay, ma'am.
Wait. Let's try. We need export. So here, now you try. See here, now you got an error. So you can quick fix it.
Okay, ma'am. Can I stop sharing?
Can I share once?
Those who are having problem, raise your hand. We will send some to breakout. It clearly shows that product details does not exist. I want to see product details.
It is.
No, you swapped it. It should be product 1. So where is product details? Okay, it is in mock. You have to use product 1. Left hand side is a property of class. That only you can use it in HTML. Here it should be product 1. Got it, Adesh?
Yeah. It is going so fast.
No. I don't know, capital or small letter. I think small letter product 1. You check once. See here, everything is small letter.
On your screen, it goes so fast. I can get the concept.
Left hand side is a property name. Try save all.
Right.
So I shared my code snap on Mentor Notes channel. You can refer. Priya, do you have any doubt? Niranjan? Share your screen. Niranjan, do you have any query?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Asif sir will take you in breakout room 4. Please join room 4.
Yeah, Niranjan, come to breakout
room 4.
Ma'am, me also, Asif sir.
Who are there? Niranjan and
Abdul Karim.
okay.
Priya, where are you? Share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Roshan? Roshan, you there? So student is working, Sakshi, Aksha, I can see. Now you want to display employee detail or product detail. Okay, dear, got it. Can you go to my component TS file? TS file. Do you have product detail? Where is? No, after 17th line. No. Priya, listen carefully. You have product class, you have mock detail. Those mock detail, you need to use it here. So line numbers 18, you give enter after 17 or 18. You give product 1 is equal to go to mock product. What is a variable name? You give product details. So you can use product 1 in your HTML. So you give product details. Automatically imported. Very good. Now you need to use product details or product? Product 1. Product 1 you need to use. Okay. Yes. Because this is a key property of my class. So guys, this is a class, my component 1. Inside class, whatever the variables I have, I can use that alone in HTML. You can't use right hand side. Now go to HTML. You give product 1 for ng for let x of product 1. You close it. You simply type, you use you give enter. Inside list, you use interpolation, double curly braces, x dot product ID, whatever. What is the spelling you used for product ID? You do the same for remaining 3. Can I stop? Yeah, P name price. Please understand. No, X dot P name. Roshan. Save all, save all. It's not working? Working now. Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Can I share?
Yeah, share. Share one by one.
Hello, ma'am.
You what is the problem? You started with two-way binding?
Ma'am, it's not loading, ma'am.
So show me your command prompt where you executed open command. Not new terminal, the terminal which is already existing.
Yeah.
No. There is one terminal where you have used ng serve open. I told you, in morning you don't close that screen. Did I say it or not?
Everyone, what's wrong in that? You open one command prompt and type ng-open.
Ma'am, I'm doing this error, ma'am.
I told you, if there is an error, you try in command prompt. I'm asking that command prompt only. See, hereafter you need to focus on coding, TypeScript code, Angular concept. We can't still spend time in solving this fundamental thing. Every day morning, I'll give you time between 8:45 to 9. You need to open your application. Sir, open it. What is your project name, Ashmita? Demo 3?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you give. ng sir _open. I told don't close this command prompt because the error also it will be, you can see here. I told
accidentally
morning.
close, ma'am.
Oh, no problem. First day, second day, it's fine. You give enter. And don't confuse with project. Okay, meanwhile, someone called. Ashmita will come to you.
Okay, ma'am.
I heard one another called me. Those who are facing error, share your screen.
Yeah, ma'am. My screen is visual or not?
Hmm.
Yeah, ma'am. When I save the
You
file,
already have component 1. How can you create component 1 again?
where, ma'am?
Okay, what is the problem? Tell me.
Ma'am, when I save this file, it gave automatically space.
Equal to is missing here. ID equal to PID.
Yeah, ma'am.
Where
Here
is the output? That's okay. That's okay. That space and all, it's not a big deal. Where is the output?
not completed yet, ma'am.
Okay, proceed.
Okay.
Every day morning, you open Visual Studio Code. You open your project, even the existing created project. Or you create new project. Build and serve open command. Have it in your terminal. You can open any number of terminals inside your Visual Studio itself.
Ma'am, can I share?
Share.
I'm getting error here, ma'am. Product cannot find name product, but I gave us an interface. Shall I change
Okay,
it?
fine. Let it be interface itself. Then what's the problem? You can create a type, no problem.
Then
You
cannot
can't
find.
create an object. Scroll up. Have you imported?
No, ma'am. Is this not only mock?
Apart from mock, third line. No, wait. Don't do anything. Keep your cursor on 22nd line. When you keep your mouse cursor, cannot find the symbol. Okay.
Ma'am, does it need to implement?
No, we need to check whether we can able to create a regular way of object creation for interface in TypeScript. New product 1 colon product. So just taking product. It's allowing. Use one. I'll confirm now. Can we create object for interface in TypeScript?
Will it work if I change it to class, ma'am?
If you change it to class, it works. Okay, I will do a try. You convert this to class and add a constructor. Ashmita, share your screen. What happened? I will try for interface.
Yes, ma'am. I'm getting these errors.
App component is not known. Oh my God. App-root. Is it app-component?
No, ma'am, it's one.
Component 1.
One. Okay, ma'am.
No, let's come. Every time when you are making changes, it will reflect over here. So now the problem is flower does not exist. So now here, you used flower. Where is flower? Here. Do you have that flower in your
assets folder, ma'am?
Huh?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think it should be img URL.
Yes, ma'am.
You should give img URL here. Both the places you should give img URL.
Okay.
That is your. You can give either through interpolation or you can give this property binding.
Yes, ma'am.
Your command prompt will give you. Can you see the message?
Yes, ma'am. Compiled successfully.
Successfully. Now if you go to your browser. Go to your browser.
Yes, ma'am.
Cannot see. You confirm it. It's an error. Refresh. Proceed.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, it worked after changing to class, ma'am. For interface, it's
Leave tomorrow. Today, after some time, I will work on this interface and will create a type.
okay.
So you proceed with the next day.
Ma'am, can I share one?
Okay.
Ma'am, after selecting, there nothing happened, ma'am.
Then the event is not triggered properly. Go to your code. Step number 1, go to HTML where you have triggered the event or not on select. Go to HTML.
And if selected for.
No. Line number 45. On select is missing. Line number 45. You refer my code. Only if you select any event here, then that will be triggered. Here the coding is missing. You give, I'll help you. Line number 45, after product 1, you give space. Are you listening? 45.
Yes, ma'am.
I cannot see the cursor on your screen. Not there. After product 1, after double quotes. Can't you? I see, don't do the silly mistake. I cannot teach you all those double quotes closing. What is an attribute? You have completed HTML, you have completed CSS. Also Java. You open Mentor Notes channel. Open Slack, Mentor Notes channel. Before Snap, this one. No, the previous one. This one, double click. Can you see here? This is missing. When you say click on any of the item, it should go to on select and you need to pass this X variable. Richa, you missed this click event.
Yes, ma'am.
That is why nothing is triggering on your screen.
Okay, ma'am.
Can I share one? I got this error.
What did I say? If you are using NG model, you need to import form module in your app module.ts file. Where is app module.ts file? You need to import forms module.
But to be written on.
What? You need to import, I said. So you need to import it on line number, in line number 3. So please carry note and pen for the instructions. Use curly braces. Forms module. And same forms module you need to import here in line number 16. 16th line. I will not repeat the steps. If you are using NG model, you check the code. You made a mistake in your code. You compare with the code which I have shared and check.
Okay.
Somewhere or other, when you are entering the detail, it is throwing undefined. So check object creation, initialization, everything is there properly or not.
Okay.
Can I share once?
Yeah.
It is showing that one div is not closed. Can you? Whereas every div is closed.
Opening tag div not terminated. Check for the corresponding matching between 38.
Everywhere.
No. Problem in line number 38, double quotes. Check once, save all. On select does not exist. Do you have on select? Scroll up. I want to see on select method. Go to TypeScript. Why are you going to product? Select, check the spelling. On select.
Capital S.
We have lot more there. Be
Line number
careful.
21.
Still you not identified what is the problem. Error is not for me. This is your code. Correct this. If not, after 10 minutes, you share your screen. See, all of you, this is just a sample code. I'm trying to understand this modeling. Two-way binding, one-way binding, NG model. Please understand whatever the small word which you are typing on your code, you should understand the purpose. Copy paste will not work. And when there is an error, you should know what is the root cause of the error. You have to do a project in Angular. Yes, Arshad.
Providing the mock.
No, your voice is not reaching to me properly.
Ma'am, is it audible now?
Ah.
Ma'am, what do we have to provide in mock dot? For example, in my case, it's movie. So mock.movie.ts.
You have to provide some data. You create an array of the type
Yes.
movie class and define values.
Values. Okay.
Values in the form of object key value only.
Okay.
I've not heard from Kasinath, Jitesh, Anuj.
Done, ma'am.
Done. Okay. Anuj, share your screen. I want to see your work. You proceed with two-way binding. Make it fast, Anuj.
Ma'am, like I have slacked him.
Okay, let's continue with next. There are those in breakout room. Okay, so let's continue. Please pay attention. So requesting all of you to pay attention. See, not only this, you can try your own after some time. In order to familiar with this, all the topic, you can try your own small sample demo. See here. So you give one text box. Let's assume enter name. And you give your text box and give submit. And you give welcome message. Welcome followed with that name. Is it possible?
Yes, ma'am.
So that you can see whenever if you are making the changes on this text box, when you give submit, it will automatically, you can try with on change or you can try even handling. Same thing you can try with one-way binding also. So what, see, small minute things. We are gonna to deal with our HTML and our respective component.ts. So from DOM to here again, from component to your HTML, this is your two-way binding. Apart from that, if you retrieve the data from component and if you make your view on your DOM, it's your one-way binding. So I want all of you to try. In order to do two-way binding, we tried NG model. So NG model to be used only by after importing your forms module. So capturing data from user view. So we tried the same. Moving on to the next topic, please pay attention. So let's do a simple demo. So then we can try why we want to share the data. See, moving on to the next topic, how is the data shared between components? So what they are trying to say, how to share the data between one component to another component. So as of now, we have not shared the data. I created one component and between component from my DOM to TypeScript and TypeScript component to DOM, we just passed and fetched the data. So let's assume, please pay attention. So let's assume we are creating the next component. So inside source app, let me create another component. So ng gc, yeah, for in my machine I have to use npx. Npx ng gc. Shall I create my component too?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yeah. So let me, I will not touch this my component 1. Let me work between 2 and 3. Then I will come back to component 1. All right. So let me create component 3. Imagine component 2 is a parent component. Component 3 is a child component. So for next topic, I'm not going to touch my component 1. I'm going to work between component 2 and component 3. And the data is going to pass between component 2 and 3. So the data shared between one component and another component. So as I said, you can take component 2 and component 3. So from one component, from where you are going to share, it is called as parent. Where you are going to get is called as child. Listen carefully. If you are passing the data from parent to child, you can done with the help of input. You are going to capture whatever the thing passed from parent, you are capturing in child through input. And from parent to child, what will happen? What type of binding will happen between parent to child?
Property
we can do
binding.
property binding. I can pass the data, property, some property value I can pass. Whereas from child to parent, we can do only event binding. So, and then you will capture that via output. Here you will pass output, there you will capture as an input. So you can do that with the help of directive. We started with ng for ng if. Now two more directive, input and output. Here we will pass as an input, there, sorry, output, there we will capture as an input. We can do property binding between parent to child, child to parent, even binding. So I will do a simple demo, then I will come back to the topic. So my component 1. And what is the purpose of having different component and sharing the data? All right. So I have created my component 2 and 3. At input and output gives the child component way to communicate with parent. So we will give output and input. So input allows parent to update the data to child. Output allows the child to send the data to parent component. So we will use input first, then we will try on output. So input decorator in a child component or directive signifies the property can receive the value from parent. I will repeat again. I'm having component 2 and component 3. Imagine like component 2 is a parent component. So I want to send the data. As you remember property binding. I am sending the data. Please look into the diagram. From parent to child, I am sending the data property. So that can be captured in my child with the help of at input decorator. Whereas, so if you are calling child in your parent, you will call the respective tag child component name followed with the target name and your item property from the parent, and you will pass via property binding. That is why we are using square bracket, and you will give a unique key. So this key you will capture in your child with the help of at input. So if I have two components, the data will be passed from one component to another component. Wherever you are calling the selector name of the child component, you will use the property. It can be employee, product, or simple message, and you will be passing to your property binding. So use property binding and you can give a unique key. So by using that key in your target, in your child component, you will use at input decorator and you will call item, so that whatever the value in item of parent property will be captured in your child. So whatever we discussed in theory, let's try the same. All right. So as of now, I'm not going to use comp 1. See here, HTML index.html is calling app root. In app component.html, what we are calling? The component one which I created. So I'm not going to call component 1. I'm going to call component 2. So what would be the output? So I'll be getting component 2 work, some paragraph message which is there in my component 1. So please pay attention. From my app root component, I'm calling component 2. So in component 1 only all those discussion we made. All right, please pay attention. In component 2, what we need to call? So my component 1. So please pay H2. My component 2 works inside parent component. So I will call the same in my child. So let me call H2 inside child.
Ma'am, can you do it a little bit slow?
So do I want to repeat, or you have understood? I have created two components.
Ma'am, you are doing too fast, ma'am.
Dear all, if you have understood, it's fine. If you have commented, I'll go slow. Lot more are there. I thought you will able to map. Okay, fine. Listen. So this topic I'll go a little bit slow, and the actual implementation will happen in comp 1. To have simple hello world kind of a demo, let me go for component 3 and component 2 and 3. So I'll repeat. Step 1, I created 2 components. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
So I created
ma'am.
my comp 2 and comp 3. So comp 1, I am making it as parent. Comp 3, I am making it as child. One second. Yes, guys. So I have created 2 component, component 2 and 3. I'm going to make component 2 as parent, component 3 as child. Sometime back in my index page, so by default, index page will call your root component. What we did in the morning, in our root component, that is app component.html, we called component 1. That is the reason we are getting the output of whatever we tried with 1-way, 2-way, all the details, student, employee, product. So now instead of 1, I called what? My parent component in my app component.html. Shall I proceed from here?
Yes, ma'am.
Instead of calling component 1, I just called component 2. So that I will get only the output of component 2 here.
What if we call both at the same time?
No, repeat.
And what if we call comp 1 and comp 2 at the same time?
No problem. So see here, I'm doing all 3. Wait. So I'm calling comp 1, comp 2 and comp 3. What will happen? Will it works? Guys, will it works?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
This is our topic.
Yes, ma'am.
So whenever if you are making changes in comp 1, only this will get refreshed, not the entire page. So if you execute the first 2 lines, if this is inside root component, first line inside root component, and we are calling comp 2, which is parent, and then comp 3 child, and comp 1, you can see a big output. All the output we retrieved because of comp 1. As of now, you can continue with comp 1. Since comp 1 we handled so many things, I thought let's not use for some time.
Yeah.
I'm not going to call child. I'm going to call parent alone. From parent, we are going to call child. And what was the topic? So the topic was
Data share.
yeah, we are going to share the data between 2 components. So according to my case, I have my component 2. So if I share data between component 2 to component 3, this is my parent and this is child. So in my parent, I will call component 3 and I will pass some key attribute. So that key I need to capture by input annotation. Here decorator. So here I will call my component 3 and then I will pass some, so let's assume key in the form of property. So I will pass some data. So this data you can capture using at input K1. For example, data 1 is equal to K1. Let me do a simple demo. So in comp2, we are calling comp3 by passing a data via property binding K1. Assume like it's a key. This key I can capture in my component 3 by placing an annotation what? At input. Shall we try the same? Take time, analyze. I'll do a simple demo. Just give me the sign off. Whatever we discussed in theory, we will do with simple demo. Shall I?
Can you repeat?
Yes.
The topic is data shared between component. Here I created my component 2 and component 3. So component 2, from component 2, I'm going to pass the data to component 3. If it is, we will call component 2 as parent and component 3 as child.
So the component which is the component which is passing the data is parent component.
Correct. The component which is passing the data is parent. In your parent, you will call child and you will pass the data using a property binding. And in child, you will capture the data using at input annotation. Shall we try the same with simple demo?
Yes, ma'am.
Whatever I said theory, as I said, let's do a simple demo. Then we will do a complex demo on my comp 1. All right. So HTML is calling AppRoot. AppRoot is calling my comp 2. So go to my comp 2 HTML. I have some message and here we are calling my comp 3. So from parent, we are calling child. So along with child, I am passing some data in the form of property binding. Do we have data? As of now, I don't have data. That is why it is throwing error. Where we will declare a data? Your TypeScript code. .ts. So go to your class. This is a class. So later we will come to know what is the difference between constructor and ng on init and why it is implementing on init interface. Okay. So data is equal to what I will give. So I will give July. What is the date? July 19, 2022. Some data I'm giving. Will it be okay? So I'm going to pass the data from parent to child. So I'm having the data. It can be any data. So later we will pass product details also. So this is my data. I am passing this data from parent to child through this key. Why it is throwing an error? Okay, there we will capture it.
I mean, my is not showing error.
Should not throw. Cannot bind K1. It is not known property. Okay, let's go to K3 and we will add the property. We'll go to component 3. I'll complete it. Then let's see. So now go to component 3, child component. In parent component, I have this data. Data I am passing with my key K1. So let me go to my child. What is the annotation we need to use?
Input.
At input. At input annotation, capital input. It should work. K1 belongs to the data type, any type. As of now, I'm not going to place any type. Okay, I'm sorry. It should come with open close. Now go and check. In component 3, we used at input. Try to use this decorator with open close parenthesis. I have retrieved K1. Now, can you see the error disappears? All right. So I passed the data July 90, 2022 from component to parent to child via my property binding, and we have captured the same using input. Shall I display in my label of component 3? Shall we take this K1 and we can display in component 3?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Possible. Wait. So H3, message from parent. K1, right? That's all. You can use direct interpolation, or you can use property binding also. Let me check. So inside root, this is parent component. Parent component is calling child. Along with that, it is passing the data July 90, 2022. So why we want to do this? Okay, before that, please understand this simple demo. Then we will discuss on why we want to go for such concept. Or you do one thing. In parent component, you have text box, some message. You give a button click and then pass to your child. Will it works? That is also possible. Let's try. Shall we do the reverse?
Reverse means?
Reverse means you tell me what is reverse. Just
Child to parent.
Story
Child
over.
to parent.
From child to parent. So here K1 has been passed from parent to child, and we captured that with art input. And I'm displaying. The data has been passed through my property binding. Okay, I'll complete a simple demo on the reverse, and then you can give a try. And then we will try the same for our, whatever I did, it's there in the slide. Parent to child. So child select our name. So property from parent, you need to bind with the key. So that key, you can use it as a unique key along with your art input. Art input decorator in a child component or directive signifies the property can receives the value from parent. This is what we did. Here it is parent child. I tried with my component 2 and 3. Okay. I would like to remind one another point. We done with the first half. Parent to child. You can do property binding. Here I done a property K1, which is data. Whereas the other one, child to parent, what we can do? Only. Can you look into the diagram from child to parent? What we can do? We can pass the data, but event binding. I can pass, but I should do any event, button click event or any other. Okay, let's get into theory and then one small demo. So child to parent, we need to use output decorator. At output decorator and child component or directive allows data to flow from child to parent. Child component use at output property. So in child only we will use at input, in child only we will use at output. So at output is used to raise an event. We can do only event binding to notify the parent of the change. Whatever the changes I want to make it on parent, in order to notify, we will use at output event. So event emitter is mandatory. I need to emit some events. So I'll repeat again, in order to allow the data to flow from child to parent. How it will happen? Only after raising an event. And that event can be raised with annotation at output. To raise an event, at annotation must have type of event emitter. What type of event I'm going to emit? And by the way, this event emitter should be imported under at Angular/core. So on top of your child, you should use import event emitter from at Angular core. So this is mandatory import. So parent to child, you will use at output. Look into the syntax. So at app input output, this is my child selector. I will use key and its value. This is an event emitter. This happens with the previous. And now I need to trigger an event. What event I'm triggering here? Some time back I used square bracket. Now you use square parenthesis. When you use square parenthesis, it means what is the difference between square parenthesis and square bracket?
Property binding and event binding.
This is property binding and this is
Event binding.
event binding. I have been repeating certain things from morning. I know, I can understand it's difficult. You take this HTML. Can you find the difference between 8th line? Here I used property is disabled, property has been binded. Whereas if you take this button, so click has been enclosed within
Event.
square parenthesis. Yeah. So click is also an attribute of button, and disabled is also an attribute of button. But how we are using? Here it is square bracket, here it is parenthesis. So if it is parenthesis, it is event. I'm going to bind with the function fun1. Here I'm going to bind with the property is label. It will return true, false, or any value. Hello, hi, bye, some value. So some time back we handled the square bracket. Key 1. You remember I used K1. So just to indicate a key. Now we need to use parenthesis for an event. And this event will go to this method and corresponding event will be passed as a parameter. Shall we try the same using simple demo? Overloaded. Guys, feeling overloaded?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I can understand, but this is the last topic. We'll complete sharing the data. We already done with parent to child. Now we will try child to parent. And we have one more topic. We can have it on tomorrow. What was that? Publishing. All right, this publishing alone we can discuss on tomorrow. So this is the syntax. I will show you in the demo. Then I will come back to the theory. Can you see and observe something on the slide? What we are doing?
Share the data.
Data between
Share from one component to other component.
So I have, imagine like we just made component 2 as parent and we have component 3. Now, if you imagine like component 4 has been created. So component 4 and component 3 will be the child. So I can able to pass the data between parent to child and child to parent. Then the next discussion is data passing between child to child. Okay, this child to child, the sibling classes, sibling component data passing we can discuss on tomorrow. Let me finish this child to parent. For component 3 and 2, still we have some discussion to be made on component 1. All right. So let me go to component 3. Priya, you there? Priya?
Yes, ma'am.
So as per our demo, component 3 is parent or child?
Child.
Child or parent?
Child.
Child. So child or parent? I know
Child.
my question is stupidity to the core.
Ma'am, child.
It's a child component.
Because it is accepting the input.
We called component 3 in component 2. All right. So let's take component 3. What I can do?
Man, we should create component for.
No. We will discuss that on tomorrow.
Okay.
Child, sibling to sibling.
Okay.
I'm thinking what sample I can give here. All right. So let me give some function. And I'm giving the function name as child function. Child function 1, which is taking some message. What I can give? Angular child to parent demo. And let me pass this message. What I will pass. And okay, again, I'll go back to the diagram, what we discussed. So from child, if I want to pass some data to parent, what binding is mandatory? I need to handle what? Event. So in order to trigger an event, I am adding a button. So in your component 3, so let me add a button. So button, click, let me call that to child function 1, data to parent. Save all. Child fun 1. Okay, it is passing. We need to pass some string. All right. Enter message. Input type is equal to text. And then I'm giving ID is equal to T1. Let me pass. For this. I cannot pass directly in G dot. Give me 1 minute. I cannot pass.
No, directly I think we can't pass.
I cannot pass. So I can.
You can pass a event and then event.target.t1. Can you try? Then you cannot call the function with a parameter.
So I thought let's give a message. See, I'll tell you guys the idea behind this. I have a text box, enter message. Whatever the message I'm giving on this text box, when I click a button from child, where it has to go?
Parent.
Parent, I thought. And by the way, I am in component 3. Component 3 child. In child, I'm gonna to get some data, some message on my text box. And that data I am passing. You can directly pass message also. I thought let's try this. Or you can give T1. Dot T1 dot
Ma'am, after is equal to double quotes are there.
Hashtag T1 means ID, right?
let it be on hold. I'm not passing any value as of now. Go to component 3. No message. I'm just giving some data. So when I click button, the event will be triggered. Event emitter function is child fun1, and this child fun1 is holding this message. All right. So we have few more steps to complete. What are all the remaining 2 steps we need to do? Please look into the slide. 2 more steps, final steps. 2 things. One is you need to use art output, and what is one more thing?
Event emitter.
Event emitter. You need to import event emitter class, which is available under Angular core. All right. So I have a message. This message will be triggered when I click child fun1. And what we need to import? Event emitter. Okay. I need to pass this to output. So use output. Shall I give key to? I'm giving key2 is equal to new event emitter of just passing the string. I'll complete it. Give me 1 minute time. I have used a button. When I'm clicking a button, it will trigger my function and the function is holding some message. The time being, I'm using some string message. I need to pass the string message. I'm creating an event emitter object as key2 just for your identification. Let me capture the same in my component 2, which is my parent component. So H3 data from child. App hyphen my component. Here I am calling K2, which is calling what function? It should go to child fun of the respective event. Wait. I'll simply pass this message. I think it works. Give me 1 minute time. So it is calling to child function 1, which is an emitter. It's returning a string. But what string it is returning? Child data colon string. 1 second. Delete request cross of item. So whenever if I click, it is what it be called function. And I should have at output. So some item go to new emitter of key to let me use the same. Apart from that, emits an event containing the given value. Let me give my own value. Sending data to parent. In my component, everything is correct. Everything is correct, but I'm not getting the output.
Ma'am, can you just go to the slides where this function is?
Yeah, so I'll tell you what are all the things I have did. So step number 1. So we need at output, and we can able to only emit. So I have created an object for emitter. K2 is equal to new event emitter of, I'm going to pass the string, and please include an event emitter, import it. And in the function, whenever if you are clicking a button, the data needs to pass from child to parent. So this dot in my current object, I need to emit sending data to parent. This message needs to pass from my component 3 to 2. So here I have passed as K2 property. The same K2 property, whenever if you are clicking a button, this event gets arised. So the data will be passed from child to parent. In parent, I am capturing the data. Earlier, we used property binding. Now we used event binding. So where I'm going to bind, I'm going to bind from parent function. So event alone, it's not triggering. Then I can do simply with interpolation. What is that? Message from, what is a variable I used? Message from child. So whenever I load my component 2, so it will fetch the information from parent function. Parent function is nothing but it is retrieving the data. From the key, the respective event gets triggered, event binding. What's wrong in that? Or if I not pass, anyway, I need to pass the data, then only my event will be. Give me 1 minute time. Child function 1 sending to parent. Here everything is fine. I need to capture the same in my parent. Sprint. String is a primitive, but string is a wrapper object. Where using string is not possible. Can I convert everything to type? Check. My component 2 dot list. Prefer use string whenever it is possible. Go back to slide. Same thing I have handled. Instead of message, what will happen if I passed right? I'll go for simple scenario. It's working. So we can take a break of 5-10 minutes. So after break, I'll explain you. It's working finally. I don't know how many of you have noticed the mistake which I have done and I have corrected. So from
It was a data type.
data type, yeah. So I didn't get striked on me on using any type. All right. So you can take a break of 5-10 minutes. Around 5:15, I will continue with this child to parent. You were with me when I typed the code, but that's fine. I'll explain once. I know it's a small message, but the data is passed from child to parent. Sending data to parent is a message which we got from child and it gets displayed on my parent component. Recording. So requesting all of you to pay attention. Let's cover few theory. So point number 1, we should use, shall I guys? I'll not take
Yes, ma'am.
5 to 10 minutes.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
one, we need to use output decorator, and always we need to emit the data. So in order to emit the data, this output decorator needs to initiate of the type event emitter class. To raise an event, output must have a type of event emitter. So from child to parent, you always have to trigger an event. And in order to trigger an event, you need to create an object for event emitter. So what I did is, so let's take component 3. So in component 3, so data will be passed when I click a button. So something I want to show, because as soon as if I load the output, if I get this message, it will not be a meaningful. So when I click this button, the data needs to pass from child to parent. So in order to showcase that, I have placed a button. So when I perform a click event on that button, it is going and calling child function 1. What it is there in child function 1. So whenever if I click button, the data needs to send from child to parent. So button 1 function is child function 1, where I am emitting K2. So the object K2 is emitting the message sending data to parent. So before that, you need K2, which is a type of event emitter, and we are going to pass the string. Even the string is optional here. Maybe long back I used the string interface. That is why it is not matches over there. All right. So this at input and K1, K1 colon any type, any data type is used to capture input from parent. In order to send from child to parent, use at output and create an instance of emitter, event emitter, and emitter is emitting some message. So these 4 lines are clear. I'm going to emit once the button got clicked. Only 4 lines. Take a snap of this. So at end, I will share my June 19 demo app. Shall I go to component 2, which is parent? Child is clear.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes,
at
ma'am.
output, event emitter, create an instance and emit some message. And you can also pass the data which you can capture. I'll do all sorts of sample. So again, just to show you, when the button got clicked, this emitter is emitting. That you can capture here. How you can capture? So I am capturing. So I am capturing using event binding. So some time back we passed property binding. Now I am calling app-my component 3. I called twice. This is for parent to child and this is to data from child. So call your child component. Along with that, you need to do event binding K2. So this K2 is an event emitter, which whatever it is emitting, I'm going to capture in my parent function. So whatever it is passed, I'm capturing with the respective event and I am storing it in a variable message from child property. See, this K2 matters. K1 is property binding, K2 is event binding. So whenever the event emits this key, it is triggering to parent function and it is passing the whatever the event it gets passed, the data will be passed here. So in parent function, whatever the data we captured from child, I'm storing it in my own class property. So always you need to define a variable, or you can call it as property of your own class. And then I am initializing inside my parent function. So that parent function, inside parent function, I am calling the respective event which got emitted from my child. So it's a string. So I'm just making it as any type. So there I have mentioned as any, but here I have placed as string. So that is a problem. It took longer time. So inside parent function, whatever the data I'm capturing, I'm storing it in a property message from child. So that child I'm using interpolation and I'm displaying on the same with my parent. I hope you saw the output. So this first block is because of parent to child. So I'm getting message from parent to child. This is some date message from child to parent. Data is passed to parent. When you click this button on child, the data is sending and the data captured on parent, and we are displaying on parent component. See here, this interpolation 9th line is inside my parent component. Same thing we have tried. Instead of event, I passed K2. Here handle child event. So I have called as parent function, here child function. Whenever this event, click event gets triggered. So sharing data between parent and child component. So why parent to child? We will continue on tomorrow, and sibling to sibling. We will continue, and at last we will end with publish. So we have some half an hour time. So you try the same. Create two different components. Initially pass the data from parent to child. Step number 1, in parent, you will be calling child. Using property binding, you will be passing the data. Give some property data in your TypeScript file, inside your class. And that you can capture in your child at input K1, and you can display this K1. Whereas for output, child to parent, define event emitter and emit some message. And same event emitter you can capture in your parent, and you, whatever the functionality you want to try, you try inside the respective function. This is an event. When K2 event is happening, what we need to do, that you can define inside function. Try the same. So I will share the entire code of my component 1, 2, and 3. Is that okay? Will you able to give a try?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am.
And whatever we tried with parent to child and child to parent, we will try for this product details. So all of you please pay attention. One last theory, why we want to go these type of. So let me call app component 1. I'll ask you a simple question. Please pay attention. When I select any product, I am getting the respective product details. Whether it is triggered from server, whether the component gets refreshed.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
I'm talking about component 1.
Yes, only the component.
The component 1 gets refreshed. But if component 1 is having employee detail, student detail, product detail, so product detail based on the product selection, I need to trigger the respective event, and the component gets loaded. So unnecessarily the entire component gets loaded. Do we want to load the entire component in order to get the product details? Not necessary.
No, ma'am.
So what is an alternative? Till product details should be there in parent component. When I select 705 Samsung tab, this product details alone to be retrieved from child. So child component alone will be refreshed. Is it making sense? Instead of refreshing the entire component, we are going to keep this product details in child. So whenever if I am selecting the product detail, appropriate block alone will get refreshed instead of entire component. So this you can achieve through parent to child. So in parent, I will select and I will pass the respective product detail that you can capture in child and you can display. Will it be meaningful with parent to child data passing? Instead of reloading the entire component or loading the respective product detail, this product details alone can be have in our child. What I need to pass from parent, you need to pass the respective product detail. So display you can, this div block alone, you can have it in our child. This we can try on tomorrow. So whatever we tried with respective to parent to child and child to parent, you try for today. Message from parent to child. So from child to parent.
Ma'am, what is the use of that button data to parents?
See, if I load the page, if I get this message, I cannot able to show you that the message is sending from parent, child to parent. Just in order to have a look. So by default, no message at all. When I click the button, I can show you that the data is sending from child to parent.
Ma'am, I'm asking about ever button, ma'am.
Huh?
Ever button, ma'am.
This is of no use.
Okay.
So we called child twice. You can delete that also. So for discussion, for discussing the last topic, data passing from parent to child. See here, line number 5, I am calling component 3 child. Line number 8 also I'm calling child. That is the reason you are getting this button twice. Only here, not in first button, in second button alone, we are handling this event binding. I don't know who arised this query. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Because of line number 5, I'm getting this block.
Yes.
This block. This is my child and this is my child. So we are calling child twice. Here data from, here data to parent. I'm sharing this is July 19 demo app on Slack. And I don't have much theory for today. We started with data binding interpolation, property binding, event, model class, array, model class data. We store it in mock file. We captured that with array, ng for, and then ng if, and what else? ng model. Finally, we ended with this parent to child and child to parent. I cannot able to send the entire project because it consists of lot of file. Even though compressed also, it's not allowing. So I'm sending only app folder. That is sufficient for you. You click on 101, 102 somewhere on the screen. Is it case sensitive click event? Anyway, it is click only.
In line number 38,
Select.
after it,
I cannot find anything missed over there. NG if I alone caps is equal to selected product. If there is selected product, then no selected product will display. Scroll up. On select X. I don't find any mistake in your code. Go to on select and you change click to small letter. I'm not sure because DOM is case insensitive only. Make it as click. So we on select. Go to on select method. This is also correct. On select. This dot selected product is just a variable. You do one thing. Go to your HTML. You cut the coding. Either you cut the product details and paste it because the view might be missing. You do one thing. You cut that product detail. Line number 13. Till line number 13 to line number 22. You cut. Paste it down. Come down after 28. Other than that, paste it. Let's have a look. Product 1, click on select, selected product. Go to your browser, check once. It's working. Come down. Because of click only. You change.
Small.
No, you change. Let's confirm that. This DOM event also case sensitive. You make capital click. Save. Let's confirm binding part, whether it's not working.
Yeah.
Go for small letter. So it is case sensitive, by the way. Since it is associated with TS. So guys, go for click event, lower case. It's working, you scroll down.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not going to release any sprint, guys. Please practice. You try your own demo. You give name, you give some value in the text box, and you display it on the same component, also on your child component. I'm familiar with the topics.
My shared UV PowerPoint mode.
Yeah, share.
We'll discuss.
Can you take me to breakout?
Okay. Is this a general discussion or? Don't have a problem. Okay, please join.
Yeah, I'm back to main room. Anywhere you got struck, error, let's connect. We have few more minutes. Okay, if there were no doubts, let's close for the day. So please practice on fundamentals and be strong on the topics which we discussed. Moving forward, we will be continuing with the same. Thank you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye, ma'am.
Bye, ma'am.
Okay, with this I'm closing.